Alright. Okay, we got some things to do. So, let's see. First thing, we have a bot bro, so we're gonna pull up some mic dice. Hopefully it's gonna show up automatically, or the whole thing is just gonna die. Let's see. Yeah, don't worry about that. We'll fix that in just a second. Play. There we go. Let's see it. Okay. We should get sounds, and we should get mic side exploding, counting the followers that we have thus far, with any luck. Unless I screwed something up real bad. Let's see what happens. There we go. Okay, so that's our follower notification. Right now, I have that turned down pretty low, so hopefully it's not annoying, because it has to go through. Right now, it's going through all of our followers that we have received up to this point. So that is going to be. So it's just going to be going for a while. These are the first followers that we ever got. First one was me, so that's a awesome shout out to Skillin Games, whose name I did not understand the first time. I kept reading it as Sillin Games, and that's AJ, so he doesn't count. So let's see. Alright, so we're gonna do some stuff now. Get this stuff over here, get this over here, so I can keep everything organized. Master TNT, thank you for following. Okay, so now we got some teleportal work to do. So let's do that. Habs1. Shit, I think it's over here. There we go. Habs_1. Thank you for following. Let's see. So here's my Unite. And we're going to switch over. So I've been working on the Twitch bot for a while, but we are going to Omicron Phantom. Thanks for following. Let's see. We're going to close I already closed the solution. Great. So now we're going to open up some teleportals. We got some stuff to do with turrets in teleportal. So Dr. Fire Penguin, thanks for following. Let's see. Alright, so I'm going to show you what these turrets look like that we're talking about here. Let's see. Go to scenes. Have a test scene for this game fan 33. Thank you. Here we go. Alright, so here's our first thing. I have it going every 20 seconds, by the way. So at 216 followers times 20 seconds, it's going to be a little bit, but it should be the last time that we have to do it, so it'll be great. Let's get a turret. Let's get a turret on up in here. I don't think I have one yet. So our turrets. Let's see if we have any turret prefabs. We should. 2D Heroes. He's a bro. Thanks for following. In theory, I should also have chat up on there. It's just a bunch of garbage text right now, so we're gonna have to see how it works. Trent Sterling, also a bro. He was a little disappointed that he was not follower number 10. He was number 11. So if one of our first 10 unsubscribes or unfollows and refollows, he can claim that title. So let's see. The Majestic Super Toast. Yeah, that's disappointing. Apparently the chat part is not working yet. The Majestic Super Toast says program ? Are you asking what program I'm using, or asking if this is a program? If you're asking what this little program is that is running down here, this is my own Twitch bot, which pulls all of the follower names and does a little mic death and a hold on, and some text. That is a thing that I wrote myself. I'm not using any third-party stuff because I just don't super like it. I don't like having like a bunch of windows up doing different things, and that's how most of the Twitch bot thingies work. So I just made my own that is an all-in-one thing. It is our own little Twitch bot that you can interact with through chat, and it is okay, so and it's theoretically it will post chat up in here, and it will also count our followers. So this is all using Unity. So we're using Unity and C#. If the title updated correctly, it should say that. It should say Unity and C#. That is what we're using to make stuff. And the IDE that we're using with Unity is Visual Studio and is not MonoDevelop. So hopefully that answers your question. So let's see. I'm really sad that the chat part isn't working. So maybe we'll have to kind of go back into yeah, unfortunately it's going to be a little difficult to get the mic dies thing going with all of the follower notifications because it uses the same thing. But oh, Psydra Games posted Mike Dies Asteroid. The Majestic Supertos says, why not C++? C# and C++ are the same thing. No, C++ and C# are not, I mean, they're not the same exact thing. C++ and C# are definitely different things, but they're similar. Like it's all based around the C language, right? So C++ is an extension of C, which uses all the same C code that everyone was used to, but added on a lot of object-oriented stuff, and then C# is kind of, you know, what was considered to be like the next evolution in C++, but yeah, so they're not exactly the same thing, but yeah, they share a lot of the same code. The reason that we're using C# instead of C++ is because that's what Unity uses. You have three main options in Unity, and that is C#, JavaScript, or, you know, what Unity calls JavaScript, which isn't exactly JavaScript. It's Unity's own like implementation, which like looks a lot like JavaScript. And then there's this other language called Boo, which is kind of like Python, but pretty much nobody uses it. So yeah, we're gonna have to fix that chat thing, because it's bothering me that I can't see chat on just OBS, and I would have to put a different chat thing up, and it's just gonna be hard to do this stuff. So, and after a little bit, we can test if this bot picks up where we left off, which hopefully it does. So let's go into our prefabs here and find hopefully a turret. Let's see, asteroids, background objects, beams. Not seeing a turret, which is weird. Alright, so we're just gonna have to grab the actual model itself. So here's our turret model. Let's go back into 3D here so you can see what's going on. we're gonna need some textures. Which one should we do here? That looks right. Turret barrel, and then turret blade. Oh, I don't know. Actually, that's not quite right. Turret base is a separate thing. So let's make that turret base. Which doesn't look right. Oh, you know what? It's the wrong turret base, but we're just going to deal with it because we don't really care. So we're going to put this on the energies layer. Change children. And we're going to tag both of these with unstable energy. And what this does is this makes it so that each piece of this character is raycasting back into the background here, and by being on the energies layer, it so yes, we're making a platformer. There's 6 people and so many different people. So okay, so I guess you probably came in a little bit after I explained this. These followers that are showing up are all of the followers that have followed since we started streaming our game development. And so because basically we have not had this notification, so right now I'm just going through everybody and we're kind of doing these little shout outs and little mic deaths for everyone who followed. You can still interact with the Twitch bot and throw stuff at Mike, like asteroids and drills and stuff like that. If you look below, it will tell you all the commands that you can use. So you use hashtag Mike dies, and then you can add an extra command if you want. Otherwise, it does a random effect. So you can kind of see what different things happen to Mike during the game. So here is our turret. I think it actually looks like it's a decent size, so we don't worry about that too much. Go back into 2D. Actually, let's make sure it's in the background here. And then, so here's our turret, and let's real quick. Let's put the turret script on it. So here's our turret script, and what this does is this gives you a whole bunch of different options for how these turrets behave. And so we don't need an offset here. So what this means is that the duration, so this is a beam that shoots on and off, and so you have the options for the amount of time that it is off for and the amount of time that the beam is on for, and it will loop through that. So every 2 seconds it'll turn on, and then every 2 seconds it'll turn off. Okay, so this text is annoying now because chat is not fixing it. I'm gonna go and fix that after we do this really quick thing. So what we're gonna do is let me show you this real quick. I'll add a beam. I believe we actually do have prefab beams, which is good. Let's see. Where is that beam? Wow, it's reset position. Okay, there we go. That is not the right beam, so we're gonna just ignore that. Beam tapered single. Let's do that. Okay, so in theory, this is now a beam. Oh, it looks like it's a giant beam. Good lord. Okay, so that's a little too big. Let's see how that is. That looks a little more reasonable, but we do have to rotate it. So there, 180. Okay, so this is what beams are supposed to look like. but we do need to kind of put it down into here, and then we're gonna just stretch it out a lot and shrink it down a lot. So that looks pretty reasonable. That looks much closer to what we want. So what we're going to do is I'm just going to pop on into the game right now. And, oh, that was dumb. Okay. So what we're looking at now is this beam. Oh, I got to set the beam object. Okay. Beam object is right there. And gun tip is nothing. Okay. Gotta put the beam script on you, I guess. That would... No, it does have it. The taper does not have it. Okay. So let's see how that does now. Still being a jerk. Oh, I put it on the wrong thing. Let's pretend like that didn't happen. So here's beam. Alright. So now both of them are off, and now it should, every 2 seconds it should turn off, on and off. We're gonna see if that really happens. It doesn't look like it's doing nothing. So alright, let's debug print this, I guess. See what's going on. Gun tip should be itself. That shouldn't really matter. Bullet prefab is none, that's fine. And oh, bullet prefab has not been. Oh, because this is not set to beam mode. I am a dumb jerk. That was what the problem was. Okay, so as you can see right now, here is, we don't need to debug print this anymore. So this is our beam turret that's turning on and then shutting down, and so it does this every 2 seconds. So then we can kind of create these puzzles that you know, let's say you have to wait and you kind of have to go through a bunch of these, and if you hit it, of course, that's when shit goes wrong. So we don't need to debug print that anymore. So what we're going to do is, as you may have noticed, this whole spinny deal is kind of weird. It's not really ideal. Like, there's no distinction between Indie Gamer Chick TV. What's going on? Thanks for stopping by. It's awesome. So what we're doing here. So what we want to do is we want to actually have it so that it speeds up when we actually start up the beam, so that there's some kind of distinction between this beam being on and the beam being off. So the way that we do that is we go into our code over here. I think I loaded up teleportal, maybe. Okay, so here's our turret script, and so this is where we have the turret kind of turning off and turning on. And so here's our beam mode, and this is where, so if it's not on, we turn it on. And so here's where, like, if I set the debug print, it'll print out every time you turn the beam on and turn it off. So what we actually want to do here is we need to have a little speed up and a little slow down. So we're actually going to have this, let's find out where we're rotating. Rotate, yeah, here we go. So if these things, it's in the timer. So we should have another one that's not in the timer, but maybe we don't. Okay, so this rotation speed is the thing that we're going to have to change as we go. Okay, so now people want to chat. Man, I wonder how many of the files we're up to now. In trade underscore. Okay, so what we want to do is we want to speed this up when it's turned on and slow it down when we're turned off. So let's do that right now. So this rotation speed, what we're going to do is we're going to double it. And so, let's see. So all we should really have to do here is just say, we're just going to add a float for, I'm going to add it down here so we don't mix it up. Actually, we already have a bool for this. I wonder, okay. So let's check this stuff out in our source control as well. So assets, scripts. We're going to check all of these out so that we can edit all of our scripts. Robert 1 Alexander. Okay. So we already have this boolean for knowing when our beam is on and when it's off. So what we actually want to do now is we want to store our rotation speed in a separate float. So what we're going to do is have a float rotation. I feel like I use this a lot, but it's going to be called our rotation destination. And the reason for that is we are going to, what we're going to do is, well, I guess we can just double the rotation. Let's make it current rotation, because that makes a little bit more sense. Because we can use the rotation speed as our destination. Because what we have to do is we have to rotate the turret by a certain amount every frame. And but what we want to do is we want to make sure that it interpolates smoothly between these 2 points. So if we start at rotating at a speed of 1 and we say, okay, well now go to speed of 2, we don't want it to instantly just all of a sudden be going double the speed, because that looks very like cheap and gamey, and it doesn't make any sense. It doesn't make any sense in the physical world. What things actually do is they speed up. So we're going to set a lerp on that goes from whatever the current rotation is to whatever the destination is. And now people aren't. Okay, so AJ wants to be added up. Let's do that. Actually, I'm just going to call telechat all, and whoever wants to join can join. That seems like the easiest way to go. Okay. So we have so we're going to use this rotation speed as our destination. And so what we're going to do now is use this current rotation. So the first thing we do to make sure that we absolutely are not screwing this up too badly is we're going to set, we're going to make current rotation equal to rotation speed.
No shit.
Oh shit, what's going on?
Are you going through all of the follows and just giving everybody their day in the sun?
I even made a little horn sound, so it goes. Yeah,
I see that.
Everyone goes through. So yeah, it's going through everybody. Okay, so now that we have our current rotation variable, we have set it initially in the start function to our rotation speed. What we're going to do now is change this to be, instead of being a rotation speed, we're going to make it current rotation. Now obviously this means that when we start the game now, nothing is going to be different, because all we did was create a new variable, set it to the same exact variable as the old one, and then started the game up. And so this is doing exactly the same thing it did before, which is good. What we're going to do from here is make sure that as long as, like, whenever the turret turns on, it's going to double that speed. We're going to just go for the double and see how that looks.
You're finally adding that?
I'm doing it. This is actually AJ's suggestion for a feature.
Yeah, that makes me very happy.
And it's getting done did.
Getting done did.
Okay, so this is actually pretty easy. So what we do here is, now we already have this thing checking that if the beam is currently on, or if the beam is currently not on, That's what the exclamation point means. Then what we're going to do is after we turn the beam on, we broadcast that message, we are going to make the rotation speed is going to, we're just going to multiply it by 2. And so the shorthand for that is like multiply equals 2, basically, which means rotation speed equals rotation speed times 2. That's the shorthand for that. Because I don't feel like writing rotation speed twice. That's just too much work.
That does sound like a lot of typing.
It's so much typing. Okay, so the thing is, though, now because we're using this other, let's see, current rotation, because we're using current rotation now, it's not going to change the speed of the turret yet. So what we have to do is in our update, I'm actually just going to make a separate function just for this because I want to really kind of quarantine all of the features so that we can easily figure out what's going on with them. And so, like, you can see I have a set active tags here, which all it does is change the tags of the child objects. Like, and that's in its own function so that I can really easily find out, okay, like, so where am I changing this thing? Oh, I have this function called set active tags. It makes total sense. I also just realized I'm not seeing chat. There we go. Okay. So, and I need to after I do this feature, I'm fixing the bot because the chat thing, part of it is not working, which is really frustrating. Okay, so, and actually, that was a good. We'll have to do test for hosting, because you get a message when people host you. I don't know if that goes through an IRC or not, but if it does, we can kind of do something to thank people that host us or something like that. That would be kind of cool.
That does sound cool.
So we'll see if that works. Alright, so we're going to make this called...
Who's hitting us up?
That was on my iPad, so I assume it's just a delayed... Yeah, it's just delayed you saying to add you up.
Actually, it says you... Oh, never mind. Yeah.
Yep.
That's crazy.
Okay, so, let's see. So what should we call this? We should call this smooth rotation speed. I don't really know if that's the best name, but we're going to go with it for now. So what this is going to do is we're just going to do one simple little thing, which is current rotation equals... Do you have to do a float lerp? Is there I don't actually... I know we've done vector lerps, but how do you... Try parse. Let's look this up real quick, because I've actually never done this. I've been doing my own, like, quote-unquote lerping for a while.
Doing your own
until I
lerping?
believe it was Trent Sterling. Yeah, mathf.lerp. That's what it is. Lerp. Here we go. Float to, float from. Great. Okay, so we're going to take the... What is it? So we're going to... From... Is it from first? Yeah, from first. Okay, so current rotation, and then the... what is it? Rotation speed, and then is there a by this much kind of thing? Float t. Okay, so time dot delta time. So my suspicion here is that this is going to be too slow of an acceleration. Trent Sterling heard me say his name.
Oh, no.
Yeah, Trent, I said your name because I'm pretty sure it was you a while back. I think it was during our first big stream that actually people watched at all.
He says to use slurps for rotations, not lerp.
Okay, so no, I'm not lerping the rotation itself. I am lerping the difference between two different rotation speeds. So it's not. I'm not just trying to. Yeah. Don't worry, it all makes sense. Okay, so this is all I'm doing right here is I'm just smoothing the difference between the speed, because of what I'm going to do. And actually, so I did this doubling up here. So I did rotation speed times equals 2. So I need to do the opposite now for this one, which is rotation speed divided equals 2. And so now all I have to do is, in my update function, I have to add the smooth rotation speed, and then we're all good to go. Yes, Trent, all of the sense will be made. Don't you even worry about it. Okay, so here's our little test. I have a suspicion that this rotation is not going to speed up quite enough.
I have a suspicion that Trent Sterling doesn't believe you.
Yeah. See how, so you can, depending on how good your frame rate is there, you can kind of see like it's kind of speeds up a little bit, and then it's like it just kind of dies. So we're gonna need to make that a little, make that acceleration a little bit more extreme. Fortunately, we can just do that really easily, I think, by let's make it 4 times faster. I think that's what that does. I'm not 100% sure.
It might be exponential.
I think that's what that does. Well, I'm using time.delta time, and so if I just multiply that by 4, it should be 4 times as fast. Like it shouldn't be. The acceleration itself will be 4 times as fast. So, so hopefully that's the case. Let's find out. Okay, so here we go. So that definitely looks like it picked. Yeah, it definitely picked up. So that's good. Yeah, you can definitely see it. The only thing now is that I feel like the speed itself is still like not great. We're gonna actually try changing the this offset here. We're gonna make this 4 as well, so it's gonna actually go at 4 times its normal speed, which in certain cases may be ridiculous, but the other thing I could do is change the is add another setting so that you can have your your inactive rotation speed and your active rotation speed, and I can just swap between them. But that's kind of more work for like Alex to do when he goes through and does all these things. So yeah, this is actually looking pretty good now.
I'm gonna have to wait for the delay.
Yeah. So like it's definitely, you can see it speeding up when it does its little thing. So that's pretty great. Somebody else is talking in the stuff. Okay. We're still counting all of these followers. It's ridiculous. Bog Splat. Thanks for following.
Oh, I just followed on the role players too.
That.
I never did that.
Get that texture. I don't know what he's talking about. Get what texture?
Oh, is it Chris?
Yeah.
He's talking about the metal texture from the background because apparently he doesn't want to paint his own.
Oh. Head clot. Okay, so yeah, I think this is looking a lot better. This texture obviously is not correct and needs to work. Oh, you can't see that. So here we go. Here is the actual thing that I am talking about at this moment. So you can see this acceleration now. It's looking like it makes a little more sense. And I don't feel like we should be rotating both the base and the blade. Like that kind of seems weird, but maybe we should just rotate the. Why are we rotating the base? Let's see. Let's look into and see where that code is being done. So yeah, turret, base, and blade are both being rotated. So that kind of. Let's see what it looks like. It should look better with only the blade rotating. I don't know why the base would rotate. So let's give that a look-see. Okay. Snowsong 87. We are currently using the free version of Unity, as you may be able to tell by our light gray interface. That's usually a way to tell. So we are planning to upgrade to the pro version of Unity. Like we will be doing that at some point. But as it stands, like right now, we're currently not super in a need for the pro features just yet. Like they would be nice to haves right now, but we're gonna wait until we kind of get our shit together with everything that we have so far, and then once we are ready to add some pro features, then we will do that.
We also need to figure out how we're gonna, because there's like 6 of us that are gonna need it. So
well, not really.
It's true.
Well, I guess there's like 5.
I mean, Mary doesn't really need it, but
yeah, I don't think has she opened Unity like ever.
I don't even think she has it installed.
Okay. Okay, so yeah, this is looking pretty good. I think that we're in a pretty good spot with this. Let me check out the scene file. Testing area. That is mine. 1057. Sorry, 1007. I don't know why I read 57 there. 1007. Does that mean we're like near the end? We should be, right? I don't know when Kyle followed. I feel like waffle pie cake also followed. I guess I should have like the actual number, like the counter there, because that would kind of be helpful. Although I guess it would only really be helpful for this one time, so maybe it's not worth doing there. Lightnator. Okay, so all right. So now that we're pretty good on this, that can kind of be checked out by everyone else and all that stuff. So what we're gonna do now is we are going to fix this little chat issue that we have here. Actually, oh boy, I think I may have done something extra stupid.
What'd you do?
We're gonna find out in a second. Let's see how dumb I am. I just opened up this is our Twitch bot. This is the actual Twitch bot that is currently running over there. I think that I actually turned off the... Yes, I did.
What'd you do?
I turned off the mic die script, which is the one that is actually interfacing with chat. And I built the game. So what we're going to do is we're going to correct that. So yeah, which is really bad, because that means that you currently cannot
Kill Mike?
Yeah, you can't kill Mike through chat. I can only do it locally. So we're gonna fix that, because that's obviously quite a problem. Let's see. Are we near the end of this? Alright. Holmesy. Alright, so we're going to end with Holmesy. And so, with any luck, right now we should have a Teletivus, Teletwitch, builds, followers. Okay. So we're up to 114 on our followers. So let's see. So if it says my name again, then we're in trouble. But hopefully it won't. Alright, so now all I actually did was I just turned this on. And so we're going to rebuild the game with that on, because that's actually going to interface with chat. So then we're going to use our build settings. We're going to build right in the same spot that we've been building in. Once that's done, we're going to get a blank screen for a second, because that's how we do. Go over there. Okay. And maybe there we go. Okay, so you should be able to kill Mike now, and hopefully it should not say if dog then, just blue Mike's mom with a follow. If it doesn't, it'll be a little sad. But we're gonna deal with this. Let's see what happens. Fuck, it does. It's starting from the beginning. Okay, we need to really fix that. That's annoying. But you should be able now to kill Mike through chat. So let's test that real quick. Mike dies, asteroid, and do it. There we go. Okay, so as you can see now, we actually do have chat up in the right corner there, the top right corner. There's a bunch of garbage text above it, but that'll clear out as we go. And so I shouldn't need this anymore, but we'll wait a second. Okay, so now we have two problems to fix, so that's good. Well, actually, we already fixed the one. We have chat working now, and actually, Trent, funny you should say that, because I actually I just did the chat bot, which also now adds chat up to a thing, and it does the follower stuff. So you know, we can talk if you need some Twitch stuff. Let's chat about it. Okay, so now what we need to do is we need to figure out why the hell it's starting from the beginning again. So let's go into our text file. Game projects. Do you want to show anything, PS, AJ?
Not right now.
Okay.
Give me 1 second. I'm still working on that. I'm kind of like where I left off with those fans and the railings and shit.
Ah.
So I want to get those all UV'd and then I'll do that. Because showing UVing is not fun.
I would imagine it's the least interesting thing.
Yeah.
Okay, so let's fix our big issue right now, which is that we're not kind of picking up where we left off with followers. So what's supposed to be happening here is, let's close this. We'll open our tele-twitch and show you that. Here is, figure it out. Okay, so here's our Mike dies, which is the thing that looks for this hashtag Mike dies, and it's also adding to our little chat log up in the top right there. These are all the commands that you can do for Mike dies. Oh, and PS, because I built this again, it does our secret command as its own hashtag now.
Oh, sweet.
Okay, so that's not the thing that we need right now. What we need is this follower notify. So what this does is this is all the stuff to get our follower list. So there's an actual URL that you can go to for any channel and get the entire user list. You can't get it in one shot. I have to take it 25 at a time because the 100 at a time. There you go. Trent Sterling, Blue Mike's mom with a follow. So we're at number 11.
Let's remind Trent that he's number 11, not even in the top 10.
Yeah, I mean, unless somebody unfollowed, somebody may have done him a favor and unfollowed, so that put him in the top 10. Okay, so the first thing we should be doing here is this function, which is called read previous followers. And so we just right click that, go to definition. Here's the thing that does that. So text file name. Actually, hold on. What is this text file name? Yeah, okay, it's the correct name. Followers.text. Okay, so what we're doing here is we read in this file. We check for, basically run down each line of this file, and Let's print it out actually. So let's do a debug.log and do next follower. And so what this is going to do is we are going to actually print out live in our debug log all the followers that we're reading from this text file. And so we're adding it to our counted followers, which should be enough to not count it again. So let's see what Unity does now. Let me give this a little run. So here's our console, and we're just going to go ahead and run this.
Do it.
All right, so here's all the stuff. Okay, so it looks like we didn't read any in, and that may be because we're using a different. Okay, so ifdog then. So we're reading off our follower list from here as well. This is a separate thing. Let's see, game projects. So it's gonna, because now this text file is actually in a different place than the other one's gonna be, so that's why it's okay. So skilling games. So now when we stop this, app from running, we should get. Not seeing the follower text file. Is this breaking again? Alright, so we don't need mic dials, we just need the follower notify. So let's go ahead and do that. Okay, so we have no counted followers. We only have these new followers over here. So that's the problem right there. So what you can see is when this goes off now, maybe I'll just write to that text file every time just in case. So you can see that now we went from this new followers, now we went into our counted followers. So the way that this works is this new followers, it's a list of strings. Each one of them is a person in who followed us. And so what we do is we just take the next every 10 or 20 seconds, I think. We take a person out of the new followers. We say, okay, we're going to shout you out now because you are a new follower, and then we toss them into this counted followers array, and so, or list really, it's not an array. And so we're constantly diffing these two lists, and grabbing all of our new followers, putting them into our counted followers. Oh, that's a problem. Okay, so this is a big problem. It seems to be every time we do this, it's adding people multiple times. So now we have 870, now we have 1086. Okay, so that's what it's doing here. This is a big problem. It's adding people multiple times to this list. So that is another bug that we are going to fix. So that'll be a good time. Let's see. Okay, so actually, here's what we're gonna do. Just so that everybody can play with the mic dice thing. AJ, if you want to share, I can put your Skypes up real quick. I have to run out real fast, but I'm going to put up another Twitch bot that you can play around with a little bit more, since kind of our main bot is a little preoccupied with all the follower stuff going on.
Sure, yeah. Give me 1 second. Let me put all my shit on my main screen.
So here we go. Let's do this.
Okay.
So now we have both of these. Actually, let's not full screen it, but let's put it over so that it fits nicely here. And then not maximize. We'll run that. Okay, and I will BRB.
Okay. Okay, so basically what I was working on the other night, I don't know if who was present, but I was working on making some of these like railings that we're going to be putting in here. So we've got our level here, but and this is what it looked like running. But I think that right here could use a little bit of like railings and stuff. So I'm building up some railings to actually put into to actually put in here so that it looks a little less, weak sauce, a little bit more going on. So I'm going to be doing that, and right now I'm just kind of UVing them, and I'm doing it really, really quickly, kind of half-assed. Also, in case anybody's interested, this is what it would kind of look like, and we're also doing some little bit of motion on some of this stuff, so like fans that are going at varying speeds, and then this is just a couple of joints that's just kind of making it look like the fan's moving it. So that's what I am working on. And as much as I love streaming, unfortunately, this is not exactly the most interesting thing to stream, which is UVs. So if it gets a little boring, then I apologize. But luckily, you guys can all kill Mike, so that's always fun. But let's see here. And let's make these this. So there we go. Now these are all usable. Now, if I was going to just quickly do this, like make it super, super hacked but working, one good way to do it, it's really, really hacky, but is just to UV just one side of it. If you UV one side of it, simply because there's only going to be one side showing for the most part. I mean, we do play this in an orthographic mode, so to UV it, I would just put a planar map on the UVs, and we've got it like this, but we don't want it to be like that, so we'll adjust it to not be like that. When we create the UVs, we'll open up the option box here, which seems to be missing. There it is. And apparently it was on my other screen, which I don't have turned on right now. So if we do it in the x-axis, then, oh, oops, god damn it, y-axis. Maybe not. Why are you being a jerk? Oh, it's doing the best plane, that's why. There we go. So if we do best plane, then it's obviously just going to try and make it work, but it's in this particular case, it's not going to work like that. So now we've got this, and I'm going to check my UVs. These are what the UVs will look like right now. So if I were to now take this into Photoshop and paint it, it will, I can paint right onto it. So, but in this particular case, I don't really want to do that because I actually want to, use up all of this. Like, this is going to come as a set. So the set is going to be a, all of the textures are going to be in here. Because it doesn't make any sense to make a texture for just one piece, you know? So we're gonna do this and make this guy here also UV'd on the same thing. Actually, the UVs that they've got kind of standard, dude. Nah, fuck it. Let's just do a proper one. There we go. So, and as you can see, some of these are just kind of overlapping. I don't really care. I'm just gonna make it work. So we can grab all of these here and then kind of shrink them down. It kind of looks like it's actually more like this. So the closer you get it, the better it'll look in the long run. We can also test this by applying a texture to each one of these. And if we do a texture that looks, I usually use like a color gradient with numbers, so that way I can see if it's stretching or where it's stretching. And so I can do that by just going here, assigning a new material to it, making it a file material, or sorry, a Lambert. And then, what the?
Oh,
There we go. Hey, buddy. I think I made us lose like 8 people.
About your arts.
Yeah, nobody cares about art. It's kind of unfortunate, but it's actually true. Anytime arts come up, they're just like, yeah, I thought this was for programming.
No, the problem is that it's just a different crowd. So, like, you just have to, you know, like, ideally, we would do kind of separate streams, although it doesn't make sense for us, because a lot of times we like to work at the same time, or,
Right.
you know, or focus on one thing. But we probably should, like, if we had focuses on different things, then people would definitely watch an art stream. I've seen plenty of those. Yeah, they totally happen.
The only thing I don't like about art streams is that a lot of times it's like, and this is something that I've noticed on multiple occasions, where it's like, it's somebody that's a quote unquote AAA developer that is doing this in their off time, or something along those lines, where and they just think that they're king shit. So when somebody comes up and says, hey, you know, you could try this, they'd be like, well, you know how many games I've put out, and it's like, fucking shut up. Like, that's not, like, then why are you streaming? Just to say I'm awesome? Like, I don't get it.
Yeah, I suppose so.
I mean, if somebody came on here and was like, hey, why don't you try this? And it was a good idea, I'd be like, fucking sweet, thanks, man. Make my job easier.
Yeah, right.
But these guys are like so afraid of being wrong. Whatevs. Anyway, here's the custom UV. If I'm checking for checking for texture stretching. This is. I'll just finish this up and then you can get back to your programming. So if I were to apply this, you can see where it's stretching or where it's not stretching. In this particular case, it actually seems to be going okay. So and I can adjust that, like if you want to see an example of what it would look like stretching, if I were to switch this into UV mode and then grab, say, this, for example, and move it up, you can see that it's getting squashed. See how the texture is getting really squashed right here, but then it's like actually a square right here. That's something that is not good. So I try to make sure that all of this stuff is pretty even throughout. So, and this one is going to be bigger. Like the squares themselves are going to be bigger than these squares because it's taking up less space. So, if you want to see that, that's what it would look like. So it looks like this.
And we seem to have lost Skype. So let's figure this thing out real quick, and hopefully AJ will return at some point.
There's an actual word for it.
Oh, there you go. You're back.
What happened?
You pieced out.
Did I really?
Yep.
Oh shit! I was like sitting there talking the whole time too.
Yeah, I mean it was only for like 10 seconds. But,
Oh, weak.
it was weird. And so we don't have your video anymore.
Oh, bummer. Oh man, I was actually like showing a whole bunch of cool shit too. Oh well.
All right, so what we've kind of discovered is that to some degree our Mike Dies bot right now is a bit of a ticking time bomb because it's just adding followers every time, and so what I'm going to try to do here is find out why that's happening. So what we do is we actually look through the entire list of followers every time. So let's see, here we go. Alright, so we have our 220 followers right here, and yeah, it's saying that, okay, all these people are not counted, so we're going to clear this off. Now, I'm guessing that's going to say everyone has not been accounted for again after we do this first run through, which is going to be a problem. Yeah, see, it's saying everybody here has not been counted, which is clearly wrong, because as you can see, the very first one that we got Skill in Games, it says was not counted, even though he's right here. We see him right there.
See him with your eyes.
See him with all of my eyes. So my only guess is,
why is Chris not in this?
That we have actually, let's see, we may be able to test this. I think that maybe what's happening is that the text file is reading in this new follower. Actually, is reading in. Should be all of our contained followers. Let's see what our followers text says right now. Okay, so our followers text has just me. So now when we run this Unity thing again, we should be skipping me. I should go straight into this counted followers, and hopefully that's what happens. Nope, I do not go into that. So that's a problem. So let's fix that. Let us fix that right now. Okay. So this first function that we're doing, this whole, what is it called? Read new followers, read previous followers. Let's go to that definition. Do log next follower. So let's say if you're not finding anything, so what I need to do is make sure that we're finding this text file in the first place, because if we're not, then there's problem number one that we probably can solve very quickly.
Okay.
So if we're not finding the file at all, file not found.
File not found. Oh
Easy
no.
enough. Well, let's find out if our file was found. Should be like the first thing that pops up here. And yep, okay, here's our not counted. So it didn't say follower not, it didn't say file not found.
That's good, right?
It doesn't seem. I mean, in theory. But it also didn't give me a list of people in the file, which is kind of a problem. Okay, so...
A screen sharing if you want it.
Oh, nice. Yeah, let me get that back up. There we go. Okay, so why are we not printing out this list of followers? We know that this isn't being counted. We know that it's saying that nobody is in the list when there clearly everybody is in the list. So let's find out why that's happening in the first place. So read line. Okay. Just for extra insurance here, let's say file found, just so that we know it's gotta be one or the other. Otherwise, it maybe is not running this function at all for some reason. Something else is getting fucked up for it. Could be a million things. So let's see.
A billion things.
Could be a billion. Could be a million. Or okay, so it says it found the file, but once again, we're not seeing anybody listed in it. And okay, so that actually makes sense to a degree. So we're gonna wait for it to show my name up here, And then, okay. So now what should happen is in this file that we have right here, we indeed have my name. Okay. So.
Ah, crap.
So what we're going to do is we're going to make sure, so we want to check two things. We want to make sure we are reading from that file, we're reading the user's name from that file correctly, and that there's not a new line character, which is my current concern. So let's say file found. We're gonna print out the name of the follower, and then I'm just gonna add something to it to kind of test.
Testies.
Test ease. Okay, so what this should at least do now is the reason that I added this is because if there's a new line character, there should be a space or something in between the person's name and this little test thing. So we're gonna try that out. So let's see if that does something. Okay, so there's no space there or anything, so we should be fine. Trying to load data from... Oh, wow. Okay. Trying to load data from a Livestream bad gateway. What?
Did you break?
You're trying to load... bad gateway. Get text. I think it may be complaining that I am reading from this Twitch thing too many times. Just kind of a bummer. I don't know. I guess we'll find out. Let's see what that is first. So it seems that we did not run into the issue I thought we were going to run into. There was no space between ifdog_then and the --test. So there shouldn't be a new line character or anything in there. We should be reading everything properly. Let's just run this one more time so we get the same error. Okay, so don't give me any shit. Don't give me any shit. Okay, it looks like everything went just fine there. And show it. There we go. Okay, so now I am in counted followers. So we're going to stop this now. So now what should happen is we should see my name immediately in the counted followers instead of... And let's just make sure that that's what our script says too. It may disagree with us. So counted followers. Here we go. Next follower. So this should be correct. So let's see if we're getting the results we expect here. And we're not. See, this is the problem right here, is that this is starting us off with nothing for the counted followers. So let me see. I think that I may be zeroing it out, and that may be what the problem is here. Yes, that is what the problem is. So let's take this out first. And okay. So the problem was, since I didn't show it in time, what we were doing was we were initializing our list of strings after this read previous followers, and so this add down here, it did add from our read previous followers, it did add me there, but then immediately the next thing that happened was it instanced a new list of strings, which was completely empty. So we need to do this as the very first thing that we do, and then, and only then, can we not fuck this up. So let's find out. We may have to start, and yeah, so here's a whole list of bros right here. We're gonna see in about 10 seconds, probably less at this point. ifdog_then is gonna pop right up to there. It's gonna show up in here. We're gonna be all good. It's gonna make perfect sense. Okay. So now, I got the bad gateway thing again. I'm gonna have to look into that. Okay, so now...
Shit is bullshit.
It is bullshit. Okay, so let's see now that I am initializing the new list of strings first. I should... If dog then should immediately pop up in our counted followers. If it doesn't, we got problems. And I did. Okay. So we're starting at skilling games. Okay, so this is great. We're at a correct point now, where we have read the initial list of people. So that's awesome.
Fuck this.
Problem that I think we run into at this point is that this is going to double. Yeah. So you see, we have 436 right now, which is completely incorrect. Unfortunately, I wish we had that many followers, but we don't. So what's going to happen, so what's apparently happening here is that once we get down to the actual number that we have, which is 220-ish or something, yeah, so you can see at 217, so we took our first three, so now after 217 when we start over, we're starting at the beginning here with Ibuki 3D. So it's appending to our list every time, and I think I know the reason.
Nobody likes that guy.
I know, he's the fucking worst.
Fuck Ibuki 3D.
Doesn't even deserve to watch us.
Oof.
So here's the thing that's happening, which is I get the follower list, like the total follower list, and I check for it being in our counted followers. So here's what's happening, is that I go through all this, I get all of the list of the total followers that we have listed on Twitch, and then I check to see if this person has already been accounted for, if this is in our counted list, and if it isn't, then I add it to our new followers list. The problem is, because we're doing this every 20 seconds, this person was already in our new followers list, so I have to do a second check to make sure that that person is also not already in our new followers list. And so that is a super easy thing to new followers. Okay, it's a super easy thing to fix. We just basically do the same thing that we did a couple lines above, and toss it into here. I don't know why you're complaining.
Joe, these ones, I'm gonna put some joints in. Is that cool?
Sure. New follower. I think that was the problem. I was checking for if a list contained another list, which you can't really do. Okay, so what should hopefully be happening now is that we've fixed both problems, and so we're not going to get this enormous list every time. We're not going to repeat our list. So we got if dog then skill in games. Our new followers starts at Ibuki, so this should go down to 217, and it should stay there after we get our first we get our notification for Ibuki. So we'll see if that happens. Okay, so 217, it should be checking everything, make sure we don't repeat ourselves. It's complaining about this bad gateway again, so let's see what's going on with that first. And let's see if we get it again, because it should be rechecking every 20 seconds. And maybe... Uh-oh, our counted followers just zeroed out.
That's not good.
It's very not good. Why the fuck did that happen?
You fucking with it and you just unfollowed everybody?
No, I don't think you can do that. Good lord.
Oh god, this fucking guy.
Oh shit.
So, hey,
What do you want?
Where's that texture you?
Oh, you know what I think is happening?
No, I've been ignoring you on purpose because you're annoying.
Let me get that texture, dude.
Why?
Because I gotta fucking match it.
Which texture?
Just any of them. Any of the metal ones you did. I don't know how you did that.
Okay, so we're gonna have to shut Mike Dies down real quick. I think I realized what was happening, which is I was trying to load the same information in my actual running bot and inside of Unity. And it was like, bro, you can't do that. That's what Twitch said. It was like, bro.
Bro.
Can't do that shit. So, until Twitch builds. So let's see what we have. That's bad. Okay, so yeah, we got some problems in here. I don't know why the counted followers zeroed out. That's very bad. So let's take a look at that real quick. Let's see when I am counted followers. So I'm initializing in start, which makes all of the sense.
Thanks.
New followers.count.
Sweet.
Remove counted followers. Add. Remove unfollows. Sure. Contains. Name. Okay, so yeah, nothing should really be happening like that. So let's just remove all of our debug logs here. We don't really need these at the moment.
Cool. Thanks, man.
Yep, no problem, bro.
Alright. Okay. Open this out. So let's go ahead and right now we can build this. And yeah. Let's do that.
Do that.
Build settings and build you to make dies. Okay, with any luck, this will totally work and be awesome.
Everything is awesome.
Let me take it off of OBS real quick. I'm gonna check you because it's just gonna put a big black screen. Everything. Sure, let's do that.
Do that.
Alright. Okay, so we should have... Here we go. So, here's our new bro. Let's make sure he works. Oh shit, did I fucked this up again? Yeah, I did. Okay. Let's try this one more time with the mic die script actually on the bro. And I'm just gonna erase all of this garbage chat that we don't need. Okay.
Call it a bitch.
It's a pile of fucking garbage. Alright. Clear you. Okay. Build settings, build two mic dies, and then...
Oh man. Chris, what are you doing today?
Working on
Monster
Hunter.
Oh, are you?
Yeah.
Okay, so this should be working. Let's test it out.
What's all this?
Yeah. Okay.
What's all this then?
So the one thing I want to do though with this, so this should be all working. Yeah, scaling games, great. So the one thing that I want to do now is just we just want to write this file. What I'm doing at the moment is I am writing this follower text only when you actually quit the application. And so the fun thing is actually you could make Mike run and then his head is just going to explode when the next follower is counted. So you can do that stuff, which is pretty funny.
I'm gonna get back. Joe, I'm gonna do some more UVing, but it's really fucking boring, so I'm gonna... No more
Well, Chris, do you have anything to show, or you want me to just shut this guy off?
I'm just painting textures. And unwrapping as well.
Yeah. It's not... I mean, making the actual models is super quick, Joe, but, like, most of the work is in unwrapping and painting.
Yeah.
So it's kind of boring.
Maybe not for some people.
well-
What the fuck is your Skype thing? It's apparently about Monster Hunter 4 and then a bunch of Japanese fucking shit.
My Skype. Oh!
15 minutes to escape.
Huh?
I have 15
It
minutes.
says...
15 minutes is kind of like the default time for everything.
Oh wow, I can't actually read the whole thing. It says MHG4 no Hida, which means today is is Monster Hunter Day. Shigoto ni kitaku nakatta, which means I shouldn't have gone to work today.
Wow. Okay, so now that we have, so once we finish our followers, what I want to do is just I want to write the text every time, because what we could actually run into is a problem where if this bot crashes, then like for instance, if this bot crashed right now, then it would not write the text out for any of the followers that it's counting right now, which is pretty horrible. So we're gonna fix that by add new followers. And every time we do this, actually, let's do it with the new follower thing so that we're not writing it out even when we don't have to. So where's the new...
Oh, Chris, do you want that color map?
Uh,
It really helps with finding stretching.
I have the. You sent me one image that has like little swatches on it. Here.
If new okay, so if new followers dot count equals 0, what we're gonna do is we're gonna write that text every time we get an update for it. And so with any luck, should be all good. And hopefully, this is just going to.
Joe, I'm not sharing my screen anymore, so I might want
I
to.
know, I turned it off.
Oh, okay.
Oh goodness.
Okay.
Trent Sterling, we're up to 11.
Yeah, we've had to start over so many times.
Oh wow, it says the last one that was used, huh?
That's actually all of chat. So so I just restarted the bot, and so now chat is actually fully going on in there. So if you type something, it will show up in there. That is our new chat box, so that I don't have to have a separate window for chat. Which is pretty handy, because I hate that. Okay. Alright, so I think we're all done with this bot stuff for now. So I'm gonna build it later so that everybody can access it. But yeah, I think we're all good on that. So let's go back to the actual game that we're working on. Oh yeah, there's a new version of Unity we probably need to get.
Is another new version?
Yeah.
This fucking shit is goddamn Java-esque.
Nothing is that bad.
Yeah, that's true.
Alright, so let's see. We did the turret speed up thing, which is pretty sweet. Let's go into our test scene. Alright. So now we have this little turret that speeds up and slows down based on whether or not there's the beam has been activated. So that's all good. And let's see, what else do we have for today. Oh, actually, AJ, how about... Why do you want to send over that new animation stuff? Maybe.
Which new animation stuff?
Remember we have new animation for Mike that we don't have in the game yet?
Oh, right. I thought I already sent that.
No, remember you sent it through Skype, and then I said, "Oh, you should probably submit it to source control," and you were like, "Yeah, sure, I'll do that." And
Like
then,
that one, by the way?
Yeah.
I guess Chris isn't watching the stream.
Wait, what? I missed it, whatever it was.
Oh, well, it's on the screen.
So we should do. I want to do this.
Summon an asteroid to smash his face. What the fuck? That's not a command.
It worked.
Yeah, it does. It totally works.
What?
Yeah.
So what the bot does is that it parses the entire text of your message, and if you have hashtag Mike dies somewhere in there, and also have some other command, it will totally do it no matter what all the other text that you have is in there.
Oh.
Okay, so Mike is going to be running back and forth, and his head is just going to explode when the next follower is counted. And there we go. That's a good one. It's always better when he's running.
Okay, I will... Shit, I need to put that into Unity then.
Well, you can just submit the file, the FBX.
Alright, let me open up... shit, I've only done this once before.
Let's see. Do you have anything else going on?
I'm not showing my screen right now, right?
No. All of your porn is still secret.
Well, I'm logging into source control, so...
Okay, so let's see. One thing we can do, even in the meantime, is actually fix the current bugs that we already have. So we've got a couple of animation bugs, character animation bugs that we've been holding on to for a little bit. So let's test those out. I'm gonna move this guy out of here. And so one of the little bugs that we have is that this hover animation always holds on for the entirety of the time, regardless of whether or not you hit the ground. So that's actually a problem in this little state machine that we're gonna fix. Let's see, where is it? It's under animations and global. Should be under final. Okay, so here's our state machine. It's pretty ridiculous. Okay, so the problem is that this hover is not super cooperative. How do I zoom in and out of this thing? I feel like there should be a way to do that, but... So hover, there only goes to jump, or it goes to any state, which should be hover, which just doesn't really make sense. What we basically need to do is make hover go directly to idle. So let's kind of drag it over here and make hover. We're going to make a new transition, bring it over to our idle. And then we can say exit time. Exit time doesn't really matter. What does matter is that he is grounded. So anytime he's on the floor, we have this variable called grounded to make sure we know when he is on the floor. He's going to be, move speed is going to be less than 0.1. to make sure he's not moving. And we can test this out real fast right now. See if we can, so we should be able to directly, no, it's still hanging on, which is not awesome. So let's see what else we may have to check on here. Move speed. Hovering, hover doesn't really matter, but I guess we'll say false. Let's make sure this is the animation that we're using, just in case. Final anim, that is correct. Okay. So it's still really hanging on.
Ah, fuck. Fuck.
Seems to be your boggle.
I forgot to bake out the scale on some of these. So what ended up happening is, remember that issue a while ago that we had where half of Mike's face would not be present when he was doing that, whatchamacallit? When he was doing the
death thingy?
Yeah, the death. Not that it really matters, I think his head's gonna explode anyway, so fuck it.
It's true. Okay, so this animation state machine is kind of being a little fucking jerk.
Call it a bitch.
Any state to hover. This hovering is true. Mic drop is false. I don't really know why this is being such a jerk. So it's okay for your animator to be like really busy. Oh yeah, if you're asking, if you're asking if every animation state machine looks like fucking ridiculous nonsense, then yeah, it kind of has to. I mean, as far as I know, like all of these things are pretty necessary. Like you have to make sure that this hover animation can go back to a jump animation and vice versa. And so basically, like, think of every possible transition for animations in your game, and each one of those is going to be a line. So yeah, it's going to look like fucking Crazy Town, pretty much all the time. You can't really avoid that so much.
Okay, so Joe. Trying to remember where to go for updating the source control, or to check in, and I don't remember where to go. If you could tell me where, I can write it in my sticky notes, and then I won't forget.
If you go on the right side into the Team Explorer tab and go to pending changes, I don't know where you're at all. Like, did you put the file in and it's just not checked in, or is the file not?
Oh, I put it in the same folder as the other mics. So global characters.
So you have to drag it into that same folder in source control. There's a little, like, see the folder tree that is in source control? In your source control explorer.
Oh, there it is. Okay. Yes, I do see it.
So you have to drag the file into there, which will add it. Okay, so this hover. None of these hover animations have. These are the transitions out of hover.
Rice Warrior, mine's actually moving pretty smooth, but we've heard that before, that the stream stutters a little bit every now and then.
Yeah, I've definitely had that happen before. And I'm not entirely sure the cause of it. Like, I actually started using OBS because XSplit was like running Skype like garbage all of a sudden, so we transitioned back over. So there may be kind of, you know, consequences of that. Who knows? Shut your face.
Yeah, dick.
Ugh.
Alright, so let's, I'm actually going to remove...
Fuck bitches.
Okay, I'm going to remove that any state to hover. And let's see... So yeah, so you can kind of see that, like...
What the hell happened to my teleportal folder?
Okay, so it seems maybe it's the jump one then. So our jump back into idle seems to be a bit of an issue. Move speed X grounded is true. Hovering is false. Mic drop is false. I just don't know why it's an issue.
It's gonna be kind of a bitch.
Let's take our hover and put that... Oh, this transition is huge. That's the problem. I think that's the problem. Yeah, this had a like a really big smoothing time on it, so I think that was our problem actually. Okay, so yeah, see that? That looks a little better. So we got this other one where you can kind of just you can kind of not know what's going on till for a second. So our state machine definitely needs to be updated to take care of this little situation that we have.
Well, my when I closed and then reopened Unity, it was like, "There's a new version." Wait, you have the new version.
It does that a lot. You actually don't have the newest version. Anytime that comes up, it means you don't have the newest version. But then, for some reason, that whatever versioning check happens next is always wrong. So it's pretty great. Okay, so. So let's see. So our jump animation is not quite making the transition every time, it seems, which is kind of a problem. So we're gonna fix that one next.
So, not to like cut you off or nothing.
What the fuck?
Sorry, bro. Do you want me to bring in these meta files too?
Yeah, absolutely.
I don't know if you want me to bring in like the whole folder or nothing, but
You should do
Trying
the
to-
compare thing. It's fucking leagues easier. I'm not comparing anything right now.
where do I find? Oh, there it is. Compare. Okay.
Only on the assets folder, not the whole teleportal folder.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
I will murder you.
Sorry. Hang on. I didn't do that at all.
Shit. Fucking. No.
Assets folder.
Robert Juan Alexander. Okay. So let's see.
Compare, motherfucker.
So this jump is not happening all of the time, and that's bad. So what we need to do, actually, hit goes to jump goes to hard land, just
Dude, that-
back.
I
I think it's the idle to jump is probably the biggest issue.
I rarely look at your face, Joe, but that beard is getting pretty epic, dude.
So jealous.
Yep,
Right?
just don't.
It's still.
I just don't mess with it.
Well, the beard is still just weird to me, but
It's weird to me too, actually. I'm still not used to it.
I think you've had that beard for like 2 years now. It's still weird to me.
Yeah. Let's see.
Oh, this is cool.
No, Race Warrior. So what's happening now is that it's going through all of the followers that we've received up to this point. So we're at Crodman Dune. So I don't know where on the list. We should probably have, like, again, it'd be kind of nice to have a count, maybe, so like a counter up there. So maybe we'll do that. But yeah, it's checking the whole follower list every 20 seconds, and we're at Mike the Beast. So every 20 seconds it does a new shout out. So these are the shout outs from everyone who has followed since the first time that we streamed. And because there have been bugs in this bot, I've had to restart it a couple of times. So it's been going on for a little fucking while. Okay, so let's see, grounded is false.
I actually remember Mike the Beast.
Yeah,
Months ago.
it was a little bit. Okay.
So I did the compare. It looks like I've got a shit ton of stuff to throw in and take. Do you want me to just do that?
Yeah.
Wait, did you update recently first?
Nope.
Before you started?
Nope.
And you...
But it takes all that into account, and so anything that, if he edited anything, then it's gonna ask you to, like, anything that doesn't have pending changes and he doesn't have the latest on, it's gonna download the latest first.
Okay.
It does.
And it says 179 are only on the server right now, so
Yeah.
which means I just don't have them yet. So I'm going to do that.
Player control. So we look in player control right now. This is where, let's see, we should have our grounded. So here's our animator. So it's the can jump variable that does this, which maybe that's bad. I'm not entirely sure. But,
So should I just select everything and then reconcile?
yeah.
Okay.
So let's try grounded and see if that helps. So the difference between the grounded and can jump variable is basically there's this little, what we call a jump buffer, and so there's, I think it's by default set to like 0.2 seconds. So you can see that little delay. I'm pretty sure that's actually what that's from.
So reconcile files that appear on both your server and the workspace. Files that have pending changes, should I ignore those?
Files that, all the defaults for the reconcile should be correct.
Okay, then I'll just leave it.
What it won't do by default is check out any files that you have edited that you haven't checked out for edit. So what you want to do is just do the reconcile, sync everything, make sure that you all have the latest for everything, and then take it from there.
It did just give me a thing that says folder difference. One or more selected items are not up to date and have been deleted on the server. Reconcile will add those items back to the server. Should I not do that?
Oh, shit.
Ooh, yeah, you don't want to do that. That means
Yeah,
that
that's a lot
things that we deleted that shouldn't be there anymore. So actually,
I'm glad I asked.
Yeah. You
What
probably
exactly,
don't,
like, do you have like 100 some, well, shit, that's a lot of old stuff probably.
No, honestly, I would close that stuff. Just do right-click on, like, in your Source Control Explorer, right-click the top node and just sync everything, get latest on everything first.
Okay, so just on assets or teleportal?
The whole teleportal thing, yeah.
Okay. Get latest.
Do you have copies of the stuff you've been working on outside of... You shouldn't be working in that folder if you're putting all your stuff in there.
Well, the things that I'm adding to the GDC build, I am.
Yeah, yeah. But you have
I'm not saving working files in there.
Alright. Just make it sure. Because I thought you were saying you were adding an animation file and there was like 127 things that were edited. And I'm like, that's a lot more than one or so files.
Yeah, well, I'm adding a lot of files, dude.
Oh, you're adding like everything you've done?
Yeah.
Okay.
This is fucking amateur hour. Check out file and auto merge. Should I do this? Let's see. Oh, that's right, because I actually saved over the GDC build unity scene file because that's where my new level is.
Right.
So
if you want to keep those changes, then do the merge thing.
it says keep local file contents. Should I do that or
No, you should. An option should be to merge them.
check out file and auto merge?
Yeah.
Got it. Doing it.
All right. So I think we actually fixed our little bugs here.
Jesus Christ.
Like we got. So we don't have this problem anymore of. Of this hover animation kind of sticking. That doesn't happen anymore. And I haven't yet been able to... I think we may have a little bit of an issue with... yeah, that's weird. Let's check his variables on the player control. Is hovering. We know we have that one. Let's check the let's check can jump in the inspector when we're doing this, or grounded. That's even better. Where is grounded? Oh, it's a static, isn't it? Yeah. Is indeed. Okay, so. I think that's because I actually put it on the text here. GUI text. Let's see what our GUI text says. Partly in, grounded. Okay. Yeah, actually, so now that I'm looking at this, it looks like our grounded variable doesn't kind of catch up quite in time. So what we're going to do is I'm just going to try to force the issue so that when you jump it just sets that variable automatically. And so, let's see, so jump controls. Can jump is false. Oh, that's why I do can jump, I guess. So let's check out can jump, because that might be an easier way to go. Can jump. Why is that a static? Let's see if we can get away with just making that public and not static. So there's really no reason for that. Let's see if we run into any issues.
Alright, everything should be up there.
Alright, let's check it out. Sweet. I will check that out momentarily. Okay, so
Yeah,
we're idle.
Checking it right now.
Idle's got a little bit of a.
Yep, there it is. Spaceman Mike V12.
Oh. Grounded false hovering. Okay.
I will be our bizzle.
Alright. So let's see. When we click on Spaceman Mike now, we should be able to see can jump. Oh, so it's actually the opposite, which is interesting. Okay, so yeah. Alright, so let's set can jump to our animator bool there. Grounded. Make this can jump. So what this should do is this should make it so that whenever I hit the space bar, it's going to automatically do our animation transition because wow, that was a good one. Okay, so now when we do this, we should instantly get our, yeah, that actually looks a lot better. So you can see when I jump now, he really quickly goes into his, we still get that weird, occasionally he'll stick in his little idle pose, which is annoying, but so I think there's a problem with the run, actually. When he goes to run, the transition from probably run to jump isn't quite right. It's definitely more of a... that's pretty good. Okay, so the move speed is greater than 0. Grounded is false for the jump. That's correct. Hovering is false and mic drop is false. Is there anything else that... Hovering speed... Guess not. Wow. It's a little bit of a fight going on.
A little tussle.
And Mike Mike is the whipping boy.
Mike has to suffer.
Yeah.
For shenanigans.
Yeah, so if you hit D and space at the exact same time, then usually it'll delay him. It'll delay his animation switch, which is kind of annoying. Okay. Yo B, Blue Mike's Mine. I don't know where we are in our follower list here. It's pretty ridiculous. Let me see if I can find it somewhere. I think we can do 100 and we'll offset by 100. Croutons. Oh wow, that was the first one. So we're at 101 now, I guess. Nilox is next. Nilox, yep. Alright, so we got through the first 100. So that's good. Okay, so I think we can... I don't know. I fixed a few issues with this animation thing right now, and I don't know that the issue that we're looking at right now is even because of this and not because of script or just delay and input or anything like that. So we can just put this aside for now. I just want to make sure it's checked out in our source control, and so let's look at that real quick. So animations and global and final anim. Let's do that. Okay. So what I want to do right now is actually there are two little issues that I'm kind of feeling right now with how this bot is going, and one of them is that chat is like hard to read because it's let's see, let's get out here, because there's no background to it, and so it's just kind of overlaid and on a transparent background. So I actually want to fix that, and let's see, let's close this down, set up Unity and tell Twitch. And what is the other thing? Oh right, so the other part is that because of all this stuff going on here, and especially right now, like it won't be as much of a problem later, but the problem that we're having, especially right now, is that this is happening every 20 seconds, and so it makes it much more difficult for people to actually interact with the bot, and that's bad because we don't want to like really interrupt all the chat stuff. We actually want this to be like in addition to that. And so what I want to do is I want to make it so that we spawn another character, another Mike, as our follower. And so we're going to do that real quick. Modify, we don't need to do this right now. Okay, so what we're going to do is I'm going to open up a little Twitch. And here's our codes. And let's see. So here's what we do when we get our new follower. Let's see. So this is the stuff that happens. So actually, one thing I want to do is I want to wrap this up into its own function because, well, it shouldn't just be in the middle of this update function. That's a terrible idea. So we're gonna have like void show follower notification, and we're just gonna wrap all this up into one thing right here. Show follower notification. Okay. Okay, so that takes care of that. The one thing that we want to do is now fix this. So we have this init level instance headsplode, which is someone said, "No, I asked her first." Blew Mike's mind with a follow. So thanks for following. That's it's a pretty funny name. Okay, so what we want to do is we don't want to explode the head of the character that we currently have here like we're doing right now. What we want to do, spawn a new character and have that character's head explode so that it doesn't interfere with chat. And in fact, it could be kind of funny because we'd spawn another instance of our character, and he can still be affected by all of the same stuff, which is kind of interesting. So it'll make the follows like extra interesting because now there'll all of a sudden be two characters on screen that people can destroy. So I think that'll be pretty fun. I'm gonna turn off this loop real quick because what we're gonna do is I'm just gonna test this with key commands. But I think that was probably Alex. Yep. That is Alex. Okay, so first thing we need to do is get our go to Unity, and let's see, our big game object has the, where is the character? Tube. Oh, it's actually in the clone tube. Okay.
Holy fuck, it's 3.
Yeah. Okay, so tube control. Here's our animator. Inside of that is clone tube. Clone tube has this prefab. Okay, so what we're gonna do is we're gonna spawn a new character from the same prefab. And I actually just realized that that's going to be a problem because the first thing that happens with this is that it's going to set itself to the new player, to the new player object. So I actually need to make an exception for this character. So what we're going to do is we're going to have a separate prefab that's going to be
I don't know if you should do that.
Oh shit.
What's your problem?
I don't know if you should do that.
Well, actually, I have many reasons, and I'm really smart, and I've made a lot of games. Do you know who I am?
I'm just saying, like, I just feel like I need to come in and just say something contradictory.
How did a commenter get in this fucking Skype conversation?
Sorry about that. I've been reading all the YouTube comments, and I just wanted to say something really offensive and intrusive. It's my goal.
I see.
Yeah, how's it going, guys? How are you doing?
Very good.
It's lovely. I'm just I got all the functionality now for the TwitchBot stuff is totally in and working, and we are currently counting all of our followers that we've gotten up to this point. And so we're
Awesome.
on World 8 team was the last follower we did. So so what I'm doing now is just kind of tweaking a few of the things. If you look at Twitch, there the chat is like in a transparent window, so it's a little hard to read. So I'm gonna fix that. And this follower thing that I'm doing right now, I want to make as a separate mic that spawns, so that we can have a separate mic for the follower, so that it doesn't interfere with the chat stuff.
That's awesome.
So yeah, it's going well. What the fuck are you
Awesome,
doing?
man. I just made some ramen and it's delicious. I was gonna make ramen earlier. I didn't mean to cut it so close to the meeting, but then I started playing piano and I couldn't stop. Really exciting story, I know.
Wait, what?
Cool story, bro.
I'm practicing for band stuff. So exciting stuff. Just felt that I had to share. I didn't really have to share. Cool. Well, yeah. I guess, did you guys want to have like a meeting type thing-a-majigger, or are you guys in the middle of things that aren't that?
Yeah, we can do that.
Sweet. Oh, let me snag Kyle as well.
Do we really need him now? Okay, so the first thing I'm going to do is add a public bool, because what we want to do is basically toggle whether or not this is going to be our main character. And so I'm just going to call it main character. And default to true. But what we're going to do is when we go back over to Unity right here, so here it says main character true. I'm going to actually duplicate this. Can I just duplicate from here? Okay, I have to... Alright, so let's just create a new Spaceman mic. We're going to do this not main character. We're going to call him follower Mike. And he's going to also just go right back in there. Okay. So what we're going to do now is just have this new follower Mike that we got, who's not our main character. Now we actually have to add in the feature to make sure this happens correctly. So if we are the main character, then we're going to do all of these things that we just said. Delay. What is delay start? I don't even know what some of this shit is anymore.
Dino Prawn. I like that name. Not for any weird reasons. I just think it's funny.
Is active. Oh, we don't. So we also don't need to do delay start if we're not the main character. So let's do that. Okay, so I think everything else is kind of necessary for this guy, regardless of whether or not he's the main character.
I just noticed that you're using White Rabbit font for the text.
Yeah, you like that?
That's cool. I like that. It's good.
Yeah, it's part of part of what's awesome about putting everything in Unity is that we can just use the same font that we have in the game and all that stuff.
For sure.
So is Kyle just not
Yeah, I don't know where Kyle is at. Maybe he'll join in a bit. I mean, yeah, I guess if he's around, he can just join up.
If he
So, yeah.
feels like it.
He feels like having a meeting. Jerk. So yeah, well, I guess I'll just go over what I've done real quick. I made a lot of unstable clone levels, and I'm almost done with the entirety of the clone sector, which is great. I have about maybe 4 or 5 more levels I gotta make. 1007. That sounds like Kyle. I got 4 or 5 more levels I gotta make, and then I'll be pretty good to go in that sector. I can move on to the Kaizo section. And this week I'm going to spend polishing. This week I'm going to spend polishing all the clone levels, and I'm hoping by next week maybe you guys could play through it on stream and see how it is.
Well, hopefully by next week we'll actually have all the levels like in a good spot.
Yeah.
Right.
Looking forward to.
For sure.
We
For sure.
can certainly hope, can't we? Can't we?
Wow.
Well,
Wow.
Have
it's-
shit. I fucking promise. We're making it for the better.
well, I actually
We
I was
better watch out. This is being recorded.
Oh shit.
I have an interesting idea that I'm going to try out with Chris tomorrow, so we're going to give it a go. Because honestly,
tomorrow, me and AJ. So
yep.
Sounds
Yeah,
kinky.
you fucking jerks.
it's gonna be
Just
great.
take like all of the days off that just have that like anyone has ever given a name. You're just like, oh, it's
We get school holidays off. That's what we do.
yeah.
This is actually like one of the random ones because it's just like, oh, we don't get any other day off ever, and then all of a sudden President's Day, and they're like, well, can't work that day.
Yep.
What?
We don't get that day off in Canada.
That's because you don't have a president.
We have a prime minister, I think. I actually don't know.
Yeah. Is
His name's Stephen. Whatever role he has, his name is Stephen Harper. There, Canada. I figured it all out. Got my politics down.
He is the Canadian headmaster.
I hope I haven't impressed you too much with my extreme knowledge of Canada.
Actually, if you want to know something funny, when I was in Japan, my students actually knew more about American politics than I did, and I was just like, oh, I should
Funny enough,
probably pay attention.
Actually,
to that.
this is a good time to test something out on stream real quick.
What is it?
I'll show you in a second. I haven't done this
AJ,
yet.
just letting you know, in Canada it's the same way. All my coworkers who are Canadian know more about Canada than I do, or America's politics than I do.
Right? It's so fucking weird.
It's
just
very
like,
weird.
And
It's very strange.
go.
What am I going?
Oh
There it
no! What are
is.
you? Oh no! What is this gonna do? Oh god! I am slightly. Oh okay. Oh no, that wasn't it. Oh jeez, I'm like dreading this. Ah! Why is he so close?
It changes it puts the camera into perspective mode and gives you like this weird, like under, kind of like epic underneath, like.
I don't
mode.
So
like
hit him
the
with an
way-
asteroid.
I don't like the way Mike is staring at me. It's making me very uncomfortable. Oh my god, you actually did it.
So that's what Alex is no fun does.
Awesome. So yeah,
It's-
it's lovely. Thank you. Anyway, so yeah, so that's what I'm doing. I want to finish up the clone levels this week and polish everything up, and hopefully, I want to try to, because I leave for GDC in 2 weeks, and I want to try to get like the entirety of the clone sector done by then, and obviously also I'll be doing GDC polish and playtest leading up to it for the demo as well.
Well, all of the GDC demo should be done by then. So, like, I'm
Sick.
trying to shoot for Like the idea that I have, I think that we've been kind of going about it a little bit backwards in that we're making a whole bunch of, we're making all of these assets to throw in the levels, but then we're like, I don't know. I think we're focusing too much on making it malleable. What I mean by that is like, me and Chris are making these like plates that we're putting in the background, in the case that it's got a window. You know what I mean?
Sure.
So that's why we're making these like plates that size. When in reality, we could just bring in that screen, all of those screenshots that Kyle made for us, and we could just literally make like a cutout of a background, and then if we have windows there, to cut them out.
Okay.
Are you
You know what I
suggesting
mean?
that it's one object for the entire room?
No, for the back, just for the back wall.
Right. That's
Yeah, one object just for the back wall, and then all of those plates and shit that we want to spice it up with, we just put just in front of it.
But that would require a custom mesh for every room?
Which takes about 2 minutes to make, as long as we have the type, the size of it.
What if in the case design like needs to adjust a room or something, like maybe room's too big or too small and they need to expand it or decrease in size? Is it flexible enough to work with that?
Well, if that's the case, then I mean, it's gonna work just like a backplate. So if any of our backplates do that or don't do that, then obviously it's not gonna work for the back wall either. But from what I understand, if you have to adjust something, then yeah, it should work.
Okay, gotcha. I mean, because there's, I'm still always tweaking stuff, and like, even leading up to GDC, I'm still trying to play test, and I'm feeling pretty confident with the demo right now. But like, I'm gonna play test a little bit more leading up to it, and I don't know if that's gonna mean anything changes or not. But I mean, it's always a concern that it could happen, right? Like maybe this wall is too far away, or this room is too long, or this one's too small. So I just want to make sure we have some flexibility in that regard.
Well, if that's the case, then we'll just make bigger back walls. Like hey, Epicer. There's no reason to have them all be the same size as our, our pieces. Like, I don't. I just think that we could speed it up a lot better if we just did that. But that's the thing that I want to try out with Chris tomorrow, just to see how it works.
True.
Yeah, I mean, whatever works best, really. Just keep in mind that I'm always tweaking stuff on design, and hopefully the demo's good to go. I mean, I'm hoping it should be. I play tested it quite a bit at this point, but there's still that danger that something might have to change leading up to.
Right.
Maybe something's too far away, because I'm just trying to get that as tight as I possibly can. Cool, man.
Okay. Well, I mean, we'll figure something out.
Word. I think Kyle's about to join us as well.
Oh, it's 3 o'clock. I totally forgot.
Oh, yeah. Hey.
Yo.
It's 7:30 my time. Yep.
Well, that just means that you need to come back to where it's normal time.
That would make sense. You guys probably aren't getting as much snow over there either as I am, I would imagine. So another more
Are you getting
incentive.
as much snow as Boston?
No, actually, we did last year. Last year, I couldn't even get out of my house. Like, I opened the door and I had to like crawl over the snow to get out. But this year, actually, it seems like our winter last year decided to go over and just, visit Boston instead. And our winter's actually been pretty nice.
Rev.
Rev
God.
asked if Kyle was fun, because Alex is no fun.
It's true.
Kyle's much more fun than Alex. I mean,
Wow.
Alex is-
Yep.
Wow.
So,
I
like,
agree.
I mean,
Alex
no
is no
fun
fun.
implies I'm a 0 in terms of fun. So I guess as long as Kyle is above 0, then
Yeah.
in theory he is more fun than me.
It's true. Kyle's like I don't know. Kyle's like a 3,000 compared to Alex.
What?
Out of 10.
Out of, wow. That's fucked up, dude.
The math seems crazy.
Private first class Kirk is having a lot of fun with Mike Dies.
Whoa, you got the drills in. Holy shit.
Of course I did. Revo 8 likes Kyle because Kyle's fun.
I used to be fun. Then the incident happened.
Wow.
I don't
Yeah.
really
Shit's
know where
getting
that's
dark.
going. Yeah, I don't.
It's
You
getting
can just fill
dark.
in your imagination for the rest of that. I have no idea what any of that means.
I think for this meeting, the only thing I really have to like everything that I've done is on stream, so it's
Go
like
through the hours.
yeah,
Look for yourself.
exactly. Like I don't know, we're
Here's
we're
the Alex
just kind
no
of
fun function.
there it is. I'm thinking that as far as me and Chris are concerned, we just need to keep going on what we're doing.
Okay, awesome.
So,
I can
End
show
of
you
my
some
sec-
stuff if you want. Some of the more paintery textures that that AJ made that fucking helped me out. And I've started to go through and make more paintery versions of my own shit.
Yeah, I mean, I'd love to see some stuff. I mean, if you got it, if not, then no worries either. As long as
There's a couple. I'll holler at the show.
actually, did you even see what I did to the new level?
I don't know. I think Joe
You
showed
should
me a
definitely
screenshot.
show Alex that, because that shit looks
Point.
fucking awesome.
Okay.
All right. Show it up.
God.
Go first,
Damn.
or you go first?
I'll go first, just so I can. So I've got some monsters that need slaying.
What?
Huh?
It's fucking great. It's such
I
a
didn't-
great vid.
I didn't say anything.
He meant the monster of.
Like seriously, right
time
now?
management.
Are you saying that right now that needs to happen? You're like hold everything, guys.
Because I got monsters that need killing.
Is that you mean jerking off? Is that slaying monsters? That's slay the old
Also,
ones.
Alex, I also put all this in the new builds. So.
Oh,
Holy
sick.
shit! What's with the music?
Hey.
There's music in our game, PS.
Oh,
When did you have that?
yeah. When did that happen? Oh my god!
Yeah.
It's loud.
Good thing
Yeah,
there's a volume slot
Yeah, I'm gonna have to hit that. Haha, that's what she
Hit that. Yeah,
Never
there it
mind.
is. Oh Jesus! People are actually making math equations.
Alex.
No.
Why did Alex.fun actually? Dude, is that a real URL? Oh no, apparently not.
I know, but it
so
should be.
I just wanted to confirm because I'm still learning some code stuff. So alex.fun, that's the variable, right? So if that variable is less than -9,000, then equals that means true. I'm not good at
That
this.
equals
Okay.
fun?
So
I'm getting this.
yeah, Rev, you don't need to say equals true because Alex.fun less than 9,000 will return a Boolean value, and so inside of that
okay.
parentheses you don't need the equals true actually.
That and Alex.fun will always equal. Will always not equal
less
true.
than negative.
Yeah.
Well, it might not necessarily be -9,000.
And
is the
then
thing,
somebody
but
shouts,
keeping
"It's under 9,000."
Oh my God,
Yeah,
done it.
Right.
we ruined it. It's all ruined now.
Yup. By
Uh,
ruined, you mean awesome.
I'm not allowed to say awesome because my fun is under -9,000. Apparently, it's what
In fact,
I've been told. And awesome's a fun word. So say
Alright. So let me find this guy. Ah, god damn it!
So,
I think I just moved something. There we go.
let's see
Okay.
what this-
So, what the fuck? There we go.
Okay.
This thing is bothering me. Stage 5, Sector 4. Okay, here it is. And start location, start, tell script, set start point, go. Alright, Alex, if that's even your real name.
that is ours.
This is what I have.
Alan?
Yeah.
Oh shit! There's stuff going on.
Yep.
Oh, let me, yeah.
What the fuck is phase? God damn it! Guys are a bunch of
I
dicks.
want to make Skypes all big.
Oh my god. That's pretty amazing.
This is what we do for fun, is we add fades in there.
Nice.
This looks great though.
Yeah, it's starting to look pretty hot. Yeah, I mean, so I guess like ultimately, I guess we probably can't add what I was about to say until like Unity, until we get Unity Pro. But I was going to say like ultimately it'd be nice to have like a glow on the unstable energy. But I guess that's a pro feature if I'm not mistaken.
Sure is.
All right, we have a big list of those. Okay, cool.
We do.
Yeah, aside from that, like it looks pretty rad. The one issue, just to keep in mind is. When going for like, I really like the dark stuff you guys are going for. Just make sure that the player can still see their environment, right? Because like the level design that I've crafted, at least for these lighter levels, is every single piece of the environment the player's meant to take it all in and use it to make a call one way or another.
Well, I mean, if you'll notice, there's a whole bunch of lights in there.
Yeah. Oh yeah, there is. Yeah. No, it's looking cool.
And then phase.
And then there's phase. But yeah, just generally speaking. But yeah, that does look pretty cool. Can you play it one more time? I just want to see it again.
Sure.
Oh shit! I just realized you were sharing on Skype. Sorry, can you play it again? I missed the level. I just tuned in and I was watching the stream. I fucked that one up, guys. Screwed it up.
Oh my god, this fucking...
Everything is ruined. Yeah. Okay. Like, do you see right here in this top right corner, like how that's all dark and you can't really see the beam? Like, I
You
can
need to
tell you,
just light up the beam.
but we can't do that until we get pro though, right? Or unless
Well,
I'm mistaken.
not only that, but it won't show you that there's a hole down there, you know, like all that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
You should just put on that global game object that lights up everything. You should just keep that on, but very slight.
Yeah, I was just gonna say.
Yeah.
that,
That's
actually.
not a bad idea at all. Yeah, as long as it's not pitch blackness.
You should try it real quick. Are you actually in the build or?
Yeah, he's using Unity for.
Yeah.
So let's move 2.5.
I'm stuck!
Yeah.
You can do it.
Whee!
Do we still feel like we're going to be able to get the drop platform stuff in time as well?
Yeah, I just didn't put it in.
Okay, cool.
Is that done?
And you
Ish.
did it?
Huh?
And you did it?
No, mine's done. I wonder if we did the title cheater.
Yeah. Does anyone know what the status of the drop platforms are?
Yeah, so the texture shit is in, and so that is actually the next feature for the game that I'm getting in.
Nice.
Okay, cool.
Rev says that they feel really claustrophobic, which I actually agree with, and I kind of like.
These levels are all over the place. You haven't really seen. There's definitely some crazy ass shit.
Yeah.
Here, I'll just show him the beginning of this thing. Damn it! I just clicked on start, but I didn't actually set it as.
Yeah, for sure, Rev. Yeah, the some of the levels that you're probably seeing right now, at least, excuse me, at least this one right here is probably a bit claustrophobic because I really need to be cautious about the amount of player space that I'm enabling, so to speak, to make the hazards more compelling. But that being said, there are levels that are much more open than this, much bigger and much grander, I guess you could say. I kind of mix it up quite a bit throughout the course of the game. Oh, this is a. Is this the? No, this isn't the starting level.
No, I'm just running through it.
Okay.
I'm just showing him the variation in levels.
Gotcha. I gotta fix the camera on a few of these. They look a little off.
Shit.
I save that clone every single time.
Boy.
Uh-oh, what's going on here?
Oh no,
You're
what's going
missing
on?
the goddamn portals.
Where's the portal go?
You don't have Blender installed, do you?
Oh.
It's the same shit that happened to me.
Yeah.
I do not have Blender installed. I don't. I use real fucking things, man.
Yeah, me and AJ are animators.
Yeah, and this is why everything needs to be an FBX. But like we did the temporary fix last time when Chris was doing it as installing Blender. But ultimately, we should be exporting everything to FBX.
That's my fault. I forgot to.
Oh my God.
FBX this
Kyle,
week.
you just dropped like in half points. You're now at 15,000 times better than Alex.
15,000? What the heck? He was at 3,000 before. Now he's at fucking 15,000. That's 5 times the amount of fun. What the fuck, dude?
Yep.
This sucks.
I take nothing back.
He dropped
God
the
damn
points thinking in negatives.
Oh, you drop negative points.
He meant he dropped the mic, which makes him ultimately cooler.
Yep.
Like drop. Whatever, guys.
7
Whatever.
says Blender is awesome. How dare you? I agree.
Blender is very awesome. It's just not very. I mean, it's not used in the industry, and that's just what we do. Like me and Chris are used to Maya and Max.
You know what I'm learning right now that I'm really enjoying? Fucking Moto.
Moto is very cool, dude. I've used Moto for a lot of shit. But you can like, it's really good for generalists.
It's fun. I'll tell you.
Yeah, Moto is really fucking sweet for generalists.
I typically use, at least for 2D art, a program that's pretty advanced. It's called Microsoft Paint. Have you guys heard of this one?
I don't trust Microsoft or anybody who works for them.
Wait, what?
Shit.
I don't get it.
Shots fired.
Alright, well, let's
I'll
see if I
turn
can...
this stream right around.
See if I can skip that last
What the
Damn
fuck is going on my screen?
AJ, I don't think you're starting from the right level.
I'm not starting from the right level. I'm trying to skip that level. Damn it!
Oh, yeah.
Damn it! And I started from it.
God, the stream is everywhere. What the fuck? There's so many mics.
Actually,
So
AJ,
I'm
I
testing
think the
out
level
this
after that
this
is
new follower
last.
feature, and it's
What the hell?
It needs some work.
What the hell's going on? Wait, I need
What
to...
happened to Mike?
He's
That's
going
amazing. Pieces are twisting around.
I'm terrified.
It's Picasso, Mike.
I can't explain it.
Why is he twisting around?
I don't know. It's so good though.
That is
That's
so
very-
great! Oh my god!
Oh god, that needs
Character.
you need a GIF right now. GIF that shit.
Okay.
Oh my god, that's amazing.
That is terrifying.
That should be an unlockable character. Fucking oscillating.
Oh shit.
And make it a girl.
Oh Jesus.
You should see Mary's face right now. She saw that and walked up and was like, what the hell?
That's really amazing.
That's fun.
That mic's not doing so well.
Ah, shit, we still need to get a HUD for the stream. Damn it.
Yep.
Hey, babe. How you feel about making a HUD?
Okay. So...
I totally couldn't hear you. What? Ah, don't worry about it. I'll do it.
So the reason that happened was basically because I am a jerk,
Way to be a jerk.
and I didn't give him any time to hop in. Like the character hops in, but like the second that he gets instantiated, I'm killing him, and so he doesn't even have time to like jump out, and so it's not even broadcasting the entire message. It's really just. It's just like the broadcast message only got through half of his body. So that's why that happened.
That's kind of awesome.
broadcasting through his body?
Yeah, I broadcast a message called "Kill Character" or "Head Explode" down the entire hierarchy of the skeleton,
Damn.
and that's how he, that's how his head explodes, and then the rest of him ragdolls and all that kind of shit.
It's like a sadistic brain.
Yeah.
Brain that wants to kill its thingy. Person, but not.
Oh man.
Yep.
All right. Well,
cool,
that's it. That's it for me.
Yeah, man, that's definitely on the right track. It's looking sweet so far. So nicely done.
Cool. I'm gonna leave that phase in there.
Yeah, I'm pretty
Fair
sure. Hey, you're not the one who's going to have to present this to people at GDC, man.
That's,
Oh, what's with the phase on the background? Oh, that's
Exactly. That's phase.
that's
It's coder
primitive-
art.
primitive graffiti of the ancient race that used to live on the spaceship. I'll have to justify it somehow, man. It's not good. That'll suck. It'll become part of the game forever.
And it's burned in there, so you could say they used laser beams to do it. See?
Future lasers.
Primitive caveman lasers. Oh, cool. Chris, you had something you wanted to show as well?
Yeah.
Alright, I'll stop showing my screens.
Oh, thanks, AJ. It looks cool.
Alright.
I know.
Alright. Alright.
Ugh, can you guys see my shit?
Can I?
I see a swirly circle.
Yes.
It's really circle. That's not what
Swirl.
we're doing
There
at
you
all.
go. I see it now.
I
Nice.
see it.
Alright, yeah, I'm just working on a pillar at the moment.
Look at that pillar.
So Rev08 wants to know we have a strategy for publishing incremental patches, but the game disk size won't be large enough to warrant that. Game disk. What are we
What is
talking?
this, fucking 2000 an earlier time?
Yeah, what? Just go Final Fantasy VII, man. Multiple game discs.
Teleportal is
Yeah.
going to be on 5 DVDs.
It's gonna be on 15 floppy disks.
There we go. That works much better.
And the 6th DVD, which contains the ending, is going to cost real money. It's going to cost extra.
First taste is free.
Wow.
God damn it, Chris! Oh my god!
What? What
Change
is
your
it?
fucking background.
Oh,
No,
it's the best background.
not ever.
It's the worst background
It's the
ever.
best. Yep. Then there's the Tegan and Scruffy. I forget the other
It's
dog.
an amazing
Seraph.
background.
Sans Serif. Alright. There's some of AJ's in here too. Let me see mine. This is the texture I'm working on. This
Oh
one
my
I
god.
went through again like the door ones and just making them more painty like how AJ's were. And I'm liking a lot more than my other ones. I've yet to drop them in the game yet, but I think it'll be good. This one I love. So I think this will look good. And I made the square variant. Where is it?
Ah, looks like pink.
Got this one, and this one, and this one, and this one. I think that's it. Yep.
I like that. Oh, I really like that. The dual tone metal.
That's the thing. I had this in there. Wait, this one?
Sorry, I'm looking at the stream.
Oh.
I also like this game.
God damn it! I lost cool points now too.
You're down from 5,000 to 49,000.
I made another one that I have like a painty version of, but I don't really like it, so I don't think I'm going to use it. Let me find it, 'cause it's buried somewhere. I got this new software I'm using for some of the painting shit, and it's coming out. Okay. Here we go. I made a painty version of this, but I don't really like it that much. It looks too sloppy.
That's very sloppy. I don't like that.
Yeah.
But go back to the other ones, the ones that looked like
This
keep
one.
going, keep going,
These
keep
little
going,
ones.
keep going.
Going backwards. And these are yours.
Yeah, no, I like those a lot.
Those were the
that one.
problem.
There you go. Yeah, those ones. Those dual tone.
Yeah.
I really like those ones. Those are great. So I'm gonna. I think I'll make a couple of them as well.
Yeah, absolutely. Do it up. The more the merrier.
Well, I also think that we need to put stuff in the background that he like necessarily can't interact with, like doors, shit like that. You know, but the problem is that it's orthographic, so we can't fucking see it. We can't see that it's actually really far away. So the only way that I can think of to do that is to have like, if you have a door that's kind of like that big, and then have like, you know what, you and I can go over it tomorrow. I have an idea for it.
Sure. Sounds good. Yeah, and I was making one of these things too, because AJ's thing inspired me too, so I have one of these that I'll just add to the mix of his, because he was adding those like beams like on the bottom to where the floor is at. I like that idea, so I'll do the same. So,
Nice.
yeah, it's just like a weird I-beam kind of thing.
Cool then. Yeah, the stuff's looking really awesome.
Yeah. So, what is while we're all here, do we have this whole week to work on assets again, and then we can assemble it? Do we have the whole week after that?
Yeah, you guys got until the 28th. The 28th is actually the day that I leave.
Oh,
What?
okay.
What day is that?
That's a Saturday.
That is a Saturday.
So we should have all this
two
shit
weeks
assembled.
from yesterday.
Okay,
We should have all this shit assembled by like the 27th at the latest.
yeah, I agree. That's
Just so we could play through it and make sure everything's fucking good and all that.
totally. Yeah, we can
Sure.
do that.
Yeah, I'll be leaving like 4 in the morning on that Saturday, so I won't be able to play things with you guys on Saturday. But
So that's
So you're just gonna have to
Thursday for
trust.
us.
I believe in you.
Sir.
You guys
Got
got
a thing that
this.
said Trent Sterling followed, so I think we're
Did it
looping
just loop through?
I feel like we're looping back through, which is bad. Griffin Rose.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure.
It's fucking annoying.
He meant what is this? What he meant, I think, Rev 087 just meant what the size of the game is going to be.
Well,
I-
he was asking about
okay.
patches, which like, I mean, I don't so my confusion is basically on why would the size of the game matter as far as like releasing patches. Like, we would certainly release bug fixes, but we're not. If your question is about us releasing the game like episodically, then that's not going to happen.
Yeah, that shit sucks.
Oh yeah. It's going to be all just one big contained experience, self-contained. There's not going to be any like additional add-on stuff.
Maybe hats.
Maybe.
We probably should.
Yeah.
No
Well,
thanks.
we'll see. We'll see about the hats.
Yo, Pimp or Posh says, hey. Hey.
What's up, Pimper
Hey.
Posh?
So yeah, that's awesome. Cool guys. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, let's see. If you guys want to meet up at all, like next Friday or anything like that. Well, actually, that's gonna be cutting it pretty close. Anyway, I trust
Wait,
you guys.
You're gonna be in San Francisco
Actually-
on the 1st? Is that when?
Well, I'll be in San Francisco on Saturday. On the 28th, I mean.
Babe, when are
So-
we going up there? Are we going up that weekend?
Wait, you guys going to GDC?
Wait, what?
No, we're not going to GDC. Mary's moving.
What?
Yeah, to San Francisco.
What the fuck? What? What the fuck was this fucking happened?
So yeah, announcement, Mary's moving to San Francisco.
Holy Santa Claus shit. Where's
Wow.
the spot at? Is it caught up in red tape? Can you tell me where?
Babe, you know what, I'll tell you guys later when we're not on stream.
Alright.
Okay.
Exciting.
That's
now.
a-
Congratulations, it's great.
Yeah, congrats.
Everybody says congratulations, babe. She says thank you, and she was all cute when she said it.
I know she was.
Hey, keep your fucking hopes off.
Nothing dirty.
Hooks
Nothing.
off.
Come on. Give me a little
Boy.
credit over here.
My wife.
I got my own bitch now.
Holy shit! Oh my god. Mario's gonna kill you. Ah.
I don't want to offend anybody.
Yeah,
Right.
clearly.
Oh, okay. That was
He says a little too late.
We have fun on here. That's what we do.
we have fun.
Sugar test.
Cool. Kyle, did you got anything you want to go over stuff?
We finished our federal taxes. I don't really want to talk
Oh,
about it.
sick, dude. Awesome.
Yeah.
Should tell everyone
anything-
about it.
Share on stream. You show the forum on stream. Just screen
Everybody's
share.
social security numbers.
No, let's not do that.
Okay. Cool. That sounds like it's a lot of fun.
Yeah, I got a few things that I'll have to go over with you guys, but fine.
Can't
it's
wait.
a little different than last year. So
See, Rev? You see that fucking awesome, cool voice? That's Kyle. Times better than Alex.
Yeah, he's way more fun. He comes on here and says, I did federal taxes. Yeah. Way more fun than me, everybody.
Oh boy.
Paper Posh says, I want to make a survival game, but I don't know where to start.
Oh man.
With zombies.
Right?
It's overdone.
I would suggest learning to code.
That is a good place to start.
That's a really
I
good
fully
place.
back that. Okay.
As someone who does not know how to code, I fully endorse that statement.
Yeah, that's why you hired us.
Hired?
For no money and no benefits.
Well, like, if something ever happened and you were in the hospital, I'd visit. That's...
Thanks, man.
No worries. I'd visit, guys.
I ain't fucking coming to see your ass.
No, wait. Because I broke my arm and I went to the hospital and you didn't come visit me.
Well, I didn't know you broke your... Oh, I did. But after the fact... Okay, look, just come up to Canada, and you'll get free healthcare. You'll have to probably marry me in order to make that happen, and so I don't know that I can do it for all of you.
I'm not a Mormon.
Okay, well then it's not. Yeah, I mean they don't really judge up here, So I don't know. So
So Pimper Posh, I mean, have you ever made if you've ever made a game before in C#, that could be a determining factor. And I mean, I would definitely Unity is certainly a doable thing. Plenty of survival games have been made in Unity. So, I mean, I would just pick up a book on Unity probably, especially if you already know C#. Unreal is another big engine, obviously. That's all written in C++, which, if you know C#, you probably know enough C++ at least to get by. So that you could certainly do it that way. But, Unity is super fast to just get started on something. So
Yeah. Real quick turnaround on shit.
yeah.
for sure. Cool. And Joe, I guess that just occurred to me. I don't think I've asked you yet. I mean, is there anything else new that you wanted to go over during a meeting or anything like that, or just same old, same old?
I don't do things.
Oh, okay. It's not something you do.
Paper
Yeah.
Posh says, when I said I don't know where to start, he means what should I add to the game first? Well, walking. Survival means
Yeah, I
you're
mean,
gonna walk
do
a
you
lot.
mean first? Like, do you have this? Do you have an empty Unity project, and you're like, okay, so what do I do?
Make a box that can move.
Yeah, so if it's first person, then you want to make some movement controls on the camera first. If it's not, then you should probably make a character first. But yeah, that's what I would do first. It's something that we call in the industry gray boxing.
You're still, even if you're doing it in first person, if you're going to have some sort of shadows or something, you're still going to need something to cast those shadows. So you're still going to have some kind of character that's following the camera, unless you don't care about that.
I'll definitely need like arms and shit in front of them.
Yeah, you probably need hands so that you can just have that classic like first person zombie simulator. I got my arms just hanging out in front of me all the time in front of my face.
Yep.
Yeah, because that's what you do is you hold your arms out in front of your face when you're walking.
That's what I do.
I-
Especially when I'm holding some magics or something like that, then you gotta.
Yep. Totally reminds me of something I have to show you tomorrow, AJ.
So anyway, the short of it is that so I've been working on the Twitch bot. Obviously, it's pretty much fully functional. I actually have not seen a follower thing in a while, so I think we actually got through everybody, and maybe. So yeah, I think we're all good on that.
Sweet.
So yeah, that stuff is all working completely.
God damn it.
And and it has all of the features, including Alex is no fun. And so I just did a couple of little things. I just did the turret speed thing that we had talked about. So the turrets will now run 4 times faster. They will rotate 4 times faster when the beam is on. And it has an acceleration and deceleration, so it'll like wind up and do that stuff.
That's
so
awesome.
That's pretty sweet.
What the fuck?
It looks so yeah, that looks great. And I just fixed some of the animation bugs that we have just by messing with the state machine. So that whole like ballerina thing where he would kind of just like do his little hover and jump thing while he was standing on the ground is no more. That's all fixed.
Oh,
So yeah.
so I can't jump over asteroids anymore.
What are you talking about?
You said hover and jump, so never mind. Sorry.
Only when it hits the ground. So if you like hover really close to the ground and then immediately let go, his animation of hovering and then the jump animation would play out, and then he would finally go back into his idle stance. Which is
I thought you
obviously
were-
incorrect.
I thought you meant on the Twitch bot, not in the game.
No. So yeah, that's all settled. So we're good there.
That's awesome. Could you do me a favor and prioritize a fix really fast to the debug camera scripts? It doesn't reset when you die, and that makes testing the game very
Fuck,
very
yeah, I'm
difficult.
so glad you reminded me. That needed to be put on the TFS task because I don't know actually why it's happening. So
Okay.
I'm gonna let me. And actually, I would honestly.
Oh, sick!
Yeah, that was a good dodge.
That was really good.
Alex, if you are in a position whenever these things come up to just add them into our task thingy,
Sure.
that would
Yeah, I
be
can do
ideal.
that.
So,
I always forget where to find our task thing. It's not actually the source control, is it? It's elsewhere.
it's the website.
Website. Okay, right. I got it bookmarked. Okay. Oops. That's not what I wanted to do. All right, cool. Yeah, I'll throw that one on there. And yeah,
I'm
and then
doing it
there's
right
the.
now. So
Okay, cool.
I mean for futures.
The other one too, if you don't mind throwing it on. I'm not sure if you fixed it or not yet. Actually, I haven't tested it. Is making sure that first-time portals reset if the player has. Oh God, I'm trying to even think about how to describe this issue.
Oh right. What was that?
So yeah, the issue is it's a pretty rare scenario to be sure, but it's still something I think it'll be good to have. So player goes through portal first time, or the portal's not a checkpoint. Player goes through portal. It has a first time destination, and then afterwards, like a clone goes through the portal, right? So and then you can continue as the clone. Anyway, player dies later on. When you restart the level, first time destination does not happen again.
Okay. And only if it's not a checkpoint.
Yeah, only if it's not a checkpoint. I mean, I would assume that'd be the only way that... Oh! Dead. Right, twist delay, but yeah.
So, hold on. If I'm understanding this correctly, if it's not a checkpoint, and you go through it, how is it a first-time destination if... Are you not exiting the level when this teleport happens?
Correct.
What is this?
Oh, that one was amazing.
Let's see.
I can't wait for you guys to see that.
Holy shit.
I think I just saw it.
Whoa!
Oh!
He eventually does fall,
Yep.
but it resets pretty quickly.
I thought he was okay as he was coming down. Oh, he's alright. Not alright.
Fine. They're just bones
Oh,
and organs.
God, I
Don't
hate
need
my
all
life.
those.
Yep.
Like, I think I may have fixed that, but now I'm not sure.
Okay, cool.
The character at the bottom of the screen is just an animation. To answer Pimpboard Posh, neither. I mean, that is the character in our game. It is a Twitch bot that you are able to interact with our main character live, basically. So it is. This is the character in the game, and all of the things that you can do to him are things that happen in the game. So it is not the game itself, but it is a Twitch bot representation, interactable little, almost like an interactable tech demo over Twitch of the game. Nice. So yeah.
Cool. All right, yeah. I mean, those are the only two issues that came up. I prodded you briefly over the weekend, of course, about the. Oh, it got him. I prodded you briefly over the weekend about changing the clone jump height, but don't even worry about all that stuff. Once again, as stated, I'm gonna trim down the number of clone levels that I'm throwing in the game, so that won't be necessary.
Right. I'm pretty sure you can do that though, because that should just be a setting on the, on the actual character, on the prefab.
Do you know what the setting is, though? Because I looked around and I fiddled with a few things. I couldn't seem to figure it out.
Is there not one called jump height?
No, I didn't see it.
I have to look at this. Let's see. Teleproddle. Prefabs. Global.
Oh, there it is. Over there.
Global. Spaceman Mike.
Yay, black screen.
Hey Jay, I gotta say that fucking that unwrapping technique you showed me, it's amazing.
Right?
Really?
How great is that?
It's fucking incredible.
Oh, interesting.
It speeds things up so fast.
Like so much. It's so much easier to do.
Yep.
Because for little things, like if you unwrap something from like camera front, and like I have this box where something goes straight back, it's already broken. It's on another side of the fucking grid.
Yeah.
And you have to literally go vert by vert, align it back into place and weld.
Yep.
But the other thing you do is just kill the back, take the hole, and well, I forget what they actually would call that. It's the border, like the empty border. And then,
In Maya, it's very similar, but you just go on edge mode and double click on the edge, and it'll get the whole border.
Okay, so Alex, to answer your question, apparently what we did, and I actually do remember this right now, is once we settled on values for the jump height and the gravity for all the players, for the player, we just removed it from the inspector so that you didn't like mess them up and do weird things. So
Gotcha.
it's seriously about a 5-second task to re-enable that for clones if you want it.
Okay, yeah, I don't really need it at the moment, but I will let you know in the future if it comes up.
Okay.
Cool, man. Yeah, I just wanted to confirm with you. Okay, yeah, I think, yeah, that's pretty much all I got. I mean, does anyone else have anything meeting related that they want to go over?
I guess not.
Cool. Alright, well, I guess that's pretty much all I got. So yeah, I gotta go take care of some stuff, but yeah, I'm gonna be trying to finish up the clone levels, as stated, hopefully this week and next, so I want to get all those done, because I think that in addition to what we what we have for the GDC build, if I need to show publishers anything to sell them more on stuff, I think having some really nice polished clone levels are going to be a really good thing to show off, because those levels are very cool, as stated. So
Are you trying to add levels to the GDC build?
no, I'm not adding any levels to the GDC build. I'm just saying, like, if I'm, because like last year, for example, when I was showing the game off, like some people wanted to see more. I'm like, well, we don't have any art for these, but here, check this out. And they're like, oh wow, that's cool. Yeah, so I mean, this is just me prepping some stuff.
Sure.
So there's nothing you guys need to worry about at all.
Alright, cool.
So yeah, and oh yeah, one more thing on our you guys. I just want to confirm if you felt that we were going to still be able to get the angel in the game.
Ah, yes, I do feel that we will be able to. I mean, it's
Check
all
that.
ready. It's all done and ready. I just gotta fine tune up the textures. That's all.
Awesome. Sick.
Little cool. Yeah,
I mean, there's literally only one animation for it, so it's fine. It just needs to. And I just need to finish up the assets and give it to Joe.
Cool, man.
Or
That's awesome.
finish up the texture. Sorry.
Yeah, for sure. Awesome, man. That's really sick.
Yay!
Yay. Cool.
Speaking of
Well,
sick, that's a cool technique you got there, Kerr.
Huh?
That last I'll talk to you about it tomorrow. Never mind.
Oh.
Oh god, that hurt.
That's sounded like you just like belched up some blood there, man. You might wanna go about
I just had chicken and sparkling water.
that. Oh, jeez.
Ugh.
Have you ever heard of chicken flavored soda?
I haven't, but it sounds glorious.
Yeah,
Ugh.
I'm pretty sure I'm not making this up. Let me just double check this.
No way, man. That sounds glorious. It sounds like you know those, like, when you have like chicken broth and they give you that like cube that's just like pure like salt and chicken.
jeez.
Boolean cube.
Oh god, that thing. When I was a kid, I would just like bite off chunks of that.
Oh, Jesus.
Ugh.
I can't do this. No.
It's just like a condensed salt lick.
It's basically
Oh,
what it is.
God.
I wouldn't be able to do it now. I fucking, that's just like cholesterol right through your face. But yeah, oh my god, so good.
It's pretty interesting.
Yep.
It's pretty cool. So it wasn't chicken soda I was thinking about. By the way, it was turkey and gravy soda. I think it was at Jones.
Oh, that's so much better.
Yeah, isn't it?
Where the fuck?
Yeah. Cool. Well, this has been enlightening. Like, the problem is, like, I just had chicken soup, so like now I'm just thinking about that, and I'm just like, it's not working out for me.
Oh no, you love it.
Oh god. So I'm gonna go barf my guts out. Does anyone else have anything else they wanted to go over?
No, I'm actually really good. I'm probably gonna take it easy tonight, but then I'm gonna like I said, me and Chris both have tomorrow off, so we're literally just gonna basically all the hours that I would normally be stuck in traffic on the 405 or fucking, you know, like at work.
Still, we're
I'm gonna-
working tomorrow.
Yeah, I'm literally just gonna dump all those hours into teleportal, and I have a feeling my goal is to get is to get that one that I'm working on now finished, and then either 2 easy levels, like the really fast one. Shit. Let me show you the ones that I'm looking at.
There's one thing I wanted to bring up in the first level, not the very first little room, but when you get into the first big room, there's this big open spot, and I was thinking about putting a window there so you could see that you're in space and then have an asteroid fly by.
Oh, that'd be sick.
Yeah. Well, it would probably have to be the current asteroid once we whip something up. Do we have any asteroids in the GDC demo? Is there like the Plinko thing at the end? I can't remember.
I decided to take that out.
Yeah, there's no asteroids in the demo.
All right.
Did you decide that because you're no fun?
Haha.
I'm sure that had a part in it. Speaking of no fun, did FaZe just randomly pop up on the stream and
I
then
have
go
no
back
idea what
down?
you're talking about.
I'm pretty sure that's exactly what happened.
No idea what you're talking about.
I'm pretty positive that is exactly what went down just a moment ago. Oh, God.
Alex, would I do that?
You need me to answer that.
Alex,
Alright.
would I ever put FaZe in a level? I mean,
Did I ever just not put a phase in a level?
I don't even know what to say here, but I think we all know the answer to this. Why is that beam diagonal?
it focuses on him.
Oh.
You're dying.
Nice.
Oh, okay.
So if you
It's
just
a
if you keep
teleportal
making
beam.
if you keep making beams and he's in different spots, I think it'll focus on wherever he's at.
No,
Oh.
it does the center every time.
Oh, really?
It's randomly placed, but it always gets pointed at the center.
Oh, that's great actually, because then we could have a whole bunch of them.
Yep, yeah, you can keep going.
Shit, is it beam?
No, it's unstable.
Unstable. God damn.
Kyle made him stand. Perfect timing.
Did he really? Oh man, Kyle, you're some kind of genius.
Oh, you so cray.
Oh, you just dodged a drill.
Well, I think you're glitched, Vinny60.
Oh, took off his head.
Shit. I don't know what you mean by Mike is. I think. Oh, you think he glitched? The stream may have glitched.
That's interesting
that's
though,
more
because
likely than
it said that I made him split, even though
whoever did the teleportal. Yeah.
That's right. That's pretty awesome.
Yeah. So if you only do like run, jump, hover, or stand stuff, you'll actually never get credit because it's only the person who spawned the thing that killed him.
Oh, that would have been great to give Falzen an assist on that.
Yeah, the problem is there's no great way to detect that.
Yeah, I know.
For sure. Alright. Well, cool. Well, I think I'm gonna head off and take care of some stuff tonight. Joe, Twitch boss looking cool, and yeah, if you want to just prioritize that one fix as stated, that would really help me out.
Yeah, totally.
Kyle, I guess like when you wanna, we can talk about taxes stuff. Let's just figure out a time, and myself and yourself, and I guess Joe self, we can just figure that stuff out.
All of the
Joe
selves.
self.
And,
And
Chris
Joe
and AJ.
self.
Joe self. Yourself.
Check yourself.
Check yourself. And then I guess Chris and AJ, just keep on keeping on, and when you guys are together tomorrow, just use protection. And I guess that's pretty much. Sorry.
We always do.
Every time.
Jesus. Oh yeah, that's all I got. All right, I'm gonna take off. See you
All right,
guys. Have a good stream.
Unlike when AJ and I are playing Fable together.
Oh yeah. Oh
You
yeah.
don't use protection.
I totally
What?
forgot about that.
I probably still have that screenshot somewhere.
That's a screenshot I'm afraid to ask to see.
No, it was. I think it was a screenshot from
It was
Joe's
Fable. Was it 3?
I think so. And it
No,
was
no, it was 2. It had to be 2.
Was it?
Yeah, because you don't you like not? You don't even make your own character in Fable 3, isn't it? Like it's kind of.
I don't remember.
Stuff?
All I remember was the what was it? Colin would like to have unprotected sex with you.
Yeah.
It's just like
It's
I was
do you
like,
agree?
accept.
That's
There's only
amazing.
one right answer here.
I don't even know why you put a cancel button on that.
Joe, I think we talked about this before, but do you remember during Dark Scavenger when we used to send each other emails with like literally the most offensive email subject lines imaginable in order to try to get it picked up by the other person's spam detector? Like,
I didn't
like-
work one time.
I think you won. I'm pretty sure you had to have won that one. But like, you know, like the email, the body of the email would be like, you know, we need to take a look at these art assets in Sector 3 for X and Y reason. But then the subject line would be like, free
Want
Nigerian
bigger
penis for
penis?
hair loss or something like that. It's like just using as many buzzwords as possible to get picked up. Those were the times.
Alright, guys, I gotta take off, so.
Get out of here!
Bye, Kyle.
Bye.
See
You
you.
hunk of awesome.
Wow.
I
Wow.
said it.
Okay, I'm gonna
I'm
go
not taking
too.
it back either.
I'm gonna go.
Alex is no
alright.
fun. Peace, Alex.
See ya. Bye. See ya. I'll stay here. Bye.
Bye-bye.
So yeah, that happened.
Yep.
I think we finally scared them off.
Finally, we could be together.
Okay.
I'll be around for another hour.
My plan is to. Oh wait, shit, babe. Why did you cook dinner when we were gonna go out to eat tonight?
Where you guys going?
Well, I don't think we're going anywhere now. She just cooked me a fucking awesome meal. I'm full.
Shit.
Do you want to go tomorrow then? All right. I just like realized that when I was thinking like, oh, how much time do I have? Oh wait, I've got all night now.
Kurt, you peacing out for dinner?
In like an hour, I'll have to start getting ready and shit.
Alright. I'm gonna try to fix this one bug in that time. And then I'll probably not play Monster Hunter.
Oh,
My plan. Crazy One Miner says, "What you programming?"
stop the things.
We're programming right now. I am programming a platformer. We're looking into a bug that Alex just reminded me of. So the problem is I have to recreate it, which is going to be a pain in the ass. But it's a Metroidvania.
It's in the pack.
Quasi buzzwords 2.5D platformer.
Literally in the
it's,
pack.
It's in our FAQ, but I'm gonna say it every time anyway. So you can read that. If you want to check out how our character dies, you can type in hashtag Mike dies, and you'll have lots of fun with that. And actually, I just realized I think everything is lowercase. Oh no. Okay. I think I'm gonna have to fix up the bot to accept even when you write like capital M, capital D for Mike dies, which I don't think it does right now. So I think if you type in hashtag capital M Mike dies, it'll fuck it up. It won't do anything. So we'll fix that. So you can type in hashtag Mike dies, and that guy and that little guy in the center of the screen at the bottom will die in a various number of ways. And what we're doing right now is I'm going to look into a bug that that was a suicide. I'm looking into a bug that we're gonna hopefully fix right here live on stream.
I have faith in you.
Alright, so we're just gonna...
I'm gonna listen to you while not playing Monster Hunter.
Yeah.
I'm gonna give you 12 hours tomorrow, son. You can.
Heard that one before.
Alright, well, I'm gonna be with Chris, so he's gonna be monitoring me.
Oh, because that's...
Because I'm equally as
Because
good.
that's Mr. fucking hall monitor here is like, are you working, sir? I'm gonna tell on you if you're not working. Okay, so what we need is a portal, which we have right here, and we are going to make this. We're going to take off the automatic portal script. We're going to put on a Crazy One Miner just followed. Thanks for the follow. Apparently our thingy works.
That's awesome.
Oh, really?
Yeah. I have the little horn notification, so it helps out a lot.
Oh, sweet.
Portal.
Thanks for the
portal.
follow.
Yeah, that's awesome. So, and yeah, I did some of the programming of this bot on stream. So when we archive it, it's probably still on Twitch right now, but we are working on archiving everything on YouTube, so you'll be able to see how the game is progressing and also how this bot works. So yeah, it's gonna be fun stuff. So the bug that we have right now is that we have these two different destinations right here for portals. So you have a first time destination and then a normal destination for every other time. So what we're gonna do to make sure that this destination works, we're gonna take our start location over here, and we're gonna duplicate this real quick. And we're going to have a final location. Final location is going to be all the way over here. And what we're going to do is with this portal, the first time destination we're going to make the start location. So that the first time you go into this portal, it's going to go right back where you started. The second time though, it's going to go all the way over here. And so we should just be able to test that out real quick. With any luck, if this feature works, which, I mean, I tested before it should. Interesting. We went to the final destination instead of the first time destination. So let's see why that would be. Actually, let's go inside of it right now and see. Do the same thing. Yeah. So it's skipping our first time destination, which is a bummer. So we're going to fix that first. So here are the codes.
All of the codes.
Portal. Crazy One Miner, did you just unfollow and refollow? Or
Did he really?
Or you making me think that I have some kind of bug with my shit? I don't know, we'll see. We haven't fully tested out the bot. It may still be a little goofy. Portal manual. And then telelim is the other script that we use for this. Okay, so first time destination. Check manual. Position. Okay, has opened, so maybe we need to make sure has opened stays false. Okay, cool. Okay, so we can actually look at that real quick. Let's give it a look-see. Has opened is right here, so when we start this, has opened is false, so that's not our problem. Go into here, portal, and it does say that has opened is true now, so and it's a checkpoint, so let's see what happens if we go into here now. Okay, that's a little unfortunate.
What happened?
So it only works now when you Crazy One Miner, what are you doing right here? What are you doing?
Is he constantly following and unfollowing?
Either that or my bot is fucked up. And since I don't know which one it is...
I literally just noticed that the chat is in the window.
Yeah, I know. It's like really super hard to read right now, which is why the last thing I just did on stream in the bot is I actually put a little window behind it.
Yeah, at first glance, like in my mind, I like noticed it before, but I thought it was literally like the stats that show up when you're running the game,
Oh yeah.
frames per second, and shit like that. I did not. Yeah, it's pretty crazy.
Yep. Yeah, everything is running through the bot now, and like my goal is so that I only have to run OBS and the bot, and then like my other software, and I don't have to like load up the stream and then pop chat out and like share that. Like I want everything to be contained within the bot. So.
True that.
And it's I mean all the functionality is there. I just gotta make it actually look decent now.
And we can do that with GUI.
Yeah. Okay, so I think what seems to be happening right here is it's doing the check for has opened. It seems to be setting that before we actually go into the destination. So has opened. Let's see. So there's our reset. Here's our has opened reset. What we want is to check for. Here we go. Let's see. Okay, so check manual, if has opened. Using target. Okay, so has opened equals true after we teleport is checkpoint. Okay. Okay, so save state is true. If has opened, let's see. And in either case, so let's run a little debug log right here. I'm going to say going to first time destination. And so let's see if we get that message. If we do, then we're at least at the right point in our code. We did not. We did not get that. Has opened. True. I think it's because this is a checkpoint. So let's make this checkpoint again and then test it. Yeah, so it says going to first time destination, but it doesn't go to the first time destination. So why the fuck is it doing that? Transform. Oh, well, this is why. So has opened, I'm taking the destination. Here I'm also taking the destination, so that's not right. I need the actual first time destination. So first time destination. And now it's fuck. Now it's fuck. Now it's gonna work. Magically. So now we go number 1. Okay. And then number 2. This should take us all the way on the left side of this one. Which it does. Fantastic. Okay. And then now it should once again take us there. Okay, so good. We are at least in the right spot now. So the trick is that yeah, this is fine. So the thing about this now is that we are not able to reset this portal if we die. So what's supposed to happen is if we go into here and we teleport once, and so let's say we go into here, we go to our first time destination, which is right back where we started, and then I die, what we actually want to happen in this case is we want this reset now to go back to our first time destination. But it doesn't, and that's a big problem. So we're going to look at why that happens. So here we are checking. So has opened equals true and if it's a checkpoint, so I think actually what's happening is that it's just checking to see if this portal is a checkpoint. If it is, it automatically saves state. Which actually, if you're going to the same room, I don't know why it is a checkpoint. That makes no sense. Now I gotta try something. Let's try one thing real quick. So if we made another one of these, and we said this was the first location, put this down here next to our clone tube, and then in our portal we made first location the first time destination. What should happen here then is you go through here, and now this is our first time destination that we set right next to here. So now if I die, it should theoretically put me back into that spot, which it does. Okay. So that's why you would do that. So what we need to do now is the activate time. And save state. Okay. So what we're looking for is a function that I have in here called save state, which should be called on the portal. And yeah, so if it's a checkpoint, we just automatically say, okay, save the state of this portal, which is actually bad. It's not what we actually want. We, for some reason, have not run into this issue ever before. I guess that actually does make sense, though. Portal is open. Alright, so what we need, instead of this, do we have a has opened? Okay, save state. Okay, so save state is supposed to do this, which is really dumb, actually. So if has opened, then save state is true. So that's what we actually want to do. We need to take out this part right here, because we don't want to just automatically save the state once you go to teleport. We want to make sure that it's only when you exit the room and we are saving the state of the entire room. So now I gotta kind of look through here and just make sure, remove all of these parts where we're doing this, because this is really dumb. Okay. Alright, so I think that one works now. I'll need to do the same thing for the automatic portals. Auto. So has traveled, which may also not be the best name. No, not has timer, has traveled. And in that case, we're going to make save state equal to true. And make sure that in check auto, yeah, so that was the other one that we removed here. So I think we should be good now. Okay. Where's Play Control? The one thing now that we have to do is get Nightbot. Yeah, sure. We'll get Nightbot. Does that do stuff? Nightbot tells you. I think the uptime tells you how long you've been streaming.
Yeah, Nightbot does all sorts of stuff like that. It'll also
ban people that can't or that are like talking too much shit and stuff like that. But I mean, there's no fun in doing that. It's more fun to program your own.
I'd rather people talk shit. That's more fun that way.
Yep. Which is also weird coming from Trent, who is a fucking programmer.
Well, not
Come
all
on,
programmers
Trent,
like
why
to
don't you-
do everything themselves. That's just
but he-
me.
It's true, but he should.
Okay, so so in here we should be checking. Let's see, telelim. Actually, it should be in player control in the teleport. Void teleport, I guess? Yeah. Okay, so if to optimize, blah, blah. So the problem is that I think the checkpoint yeah, now that the more I'm looking at this, the more I'm like, there's not really a great way around this.
I don't know why people care how long you've been online anyway.
Yeah, I don't know. Program an uptime command that makes Mike makes Mike tell me your current uptime, and then he dies. That's a good idea.
That is actually a good idea.
I guess I've never seen how you get uptime, but I'm sure as hell not against it. I'm gonna add that to our thing here right now.
Sweet.
Twitch get uptime. Have Mike tell you the stream uptime and then die.
I'll make an animation for it.
I've done the hard way. Okay, so I guess yeah, I wonder how they get that. There's got to be a relatively easy way to get that, I guess. We've been live for 3 hours and 26 minutes already. It's ridiculous. Okay, so yeah, so here's the problem that I'm running into right now is that what Alex wants is, so basically what happens is that there's a first time destination and then a every other time destination for a portal. And then, so when you go through a portal for the first time, it sets that, it says, okay, well, so you've gone through this first time destination, so now every other time that you go through this portal, it's going to send you to this other location. The problem is that what Alex wants is that if you go to this first time destination and then in the same room you die, we want to reset you to the old destination, which is totally possible, except that this only happens when the teleportal is a checkpoint. And the reason for that is a checkpoint saves the state of the room, which includes the portal that you just went through. So he wants to do a checkpoint but then not save the room, it's kind of incompatible.
Right.
So that's a bit of an issue. And I don't know what the easy way around that is. That's just he wants two different things happening at the same time, which doesn't make any sense.
Well, then you'd have to have two different types of checkpoints, I would imagine.
Yeah, that's the thing. Is I'm guessing he just wants a player checkpoint, but those don't really exist. The checkpoint is for the entire room. But maybe we could just make it so that checkpoints are only for We'd have to make it so that checkpoints are only for when you leave the room. Or the checkpoints are only for the character. So let's try that. Checkpoint. Let's see where we got checkpoint. Tell the limb. So let's see. Broadcast message. Save state. Okay, so this is in our premonition port, which is not where we need to be. This is in on trigger enter, which is fine. On trigger enter, trigger zone, that's it. Trigger zone. Actually, I think that portal's portal manual. Okay, if has open safety is true. It's false. Okay, so let's give this a shot. Let's run through this once and see if we're getting the same thing that we assume that we're getting. So this is a checkpoint in this room. We're going to go to our first time destination. So has opened is now true. Oh, but save state is not. Interesting. So now if I die, now has opened is false. Okay. So the checkpoint thing is not saving the state of the room. Only exit is doing that. But now if I go through it again, okay. Okay. So I'm worried that that just worked as like a fluke. So let's see. Checkpoint. Portal manual. Trigger zone is checkpoint. Okay. Is checkpoint. Trigger button. Don't care about that. Don't care about that right now. Don't care about that. Event trigger. Don't care about that at all. Okay. So if it's a checkpoint. Wow. Plat trigger zone. Boy, do we not care about plat trigger zone anymore. It's one of our oldest abandoned scripts. Okay, so where the fuck? So I guess it's in. It must be in the teleport script or function, and for player control. That this save state thing is going into. So here is a. Okay, so teleport. We should be checking at some point. Here we go. Set active. Okay. So what we should also be doing here is we should be doing this check right here for this broadcast message exit. So if init level, no, not level, sorry. Yeah, init level dot current room does not equal destination dot root dot game object. And because what we're doing is basically, if you have a teleportal that goes from one end of a room to another, we're actually calling exit on that room, which doesn't make any sense. So that ought to do something for that. So I'm not going to call exit on the room if you're teleporting into the same room that you're already in. So what that means is that in theory, this should not ever save. Like has opened should stay there, but this save state should not be triggered. If it is, okay, so yeah. Good. Good. So now has open will be false, but I have restarted because that was a checkpoint. I've restarted to this position. So that's fine though. I think we can work with that. And then we go die, get teleported away, and then we reset. Okay, great. So that actually works now. I think that's kind of, we can deal with that. That's all fine. So now comes the final test, which is what if the final location of this portal was in a different room. So let's say it was in this other room here, final location. So what we should see this time is this has opened will become true, but the save state will not. And so now if I die, I'll get reset. But because that was a checkpoint, I'm going to get reset down here. And now if I go through this again, it'll send me to the same place. But now if I do it, it should send me to the other room. And now as you can see, save state has now been checked as true. So if I go back over to this portal, go into this room, now it will always send me back to the other room because our first time destination has already been accounted for. And hopefully now if I die in here and reset, because save state is still true, so is has opened. So we have officially completely saved the state of this portal, and we will never go back to that first time destination again. You can never go back.
Ever.
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 Well, unless you delete your save file.
Unless you do.
Whoa, that was a ridiculous death. That was something else. Whoa, yeah, we're getting some crazy deaths right now. It's really, that was a much better one. Actually, that is something I've been meaning to do. I really want to, he like glitches out like a motherfucker sometimes, and it's really annoying. And I don't know how to make him like not do that anymore. Because it only happens like half the time or less. Yeah, like if you start moving when he goes in here, come on and die. Yeah, he flips the fuck out. So we're gonna have to fix that. That is actually happening in the telelim script right here. When it gets teleported away, we add physics to it. So if it doesn't have a box collider, rigid body, all that stuff, we're adding that. And let's see, where joint grav, teleport. So here's all this stuff. This is actually, what the fuck? I swear I fixed this before. Body. And so this is just doing the add physics stuff. So add physics is probably just going to, yeah, it's just going to make all this stuff, but it's not going to set the Actually, let's just real quick look at what we just removed first. So it sets the setting the rigid body, use kinetic. Okay, that's actually not physics. So hopefully this will actually do all the same stuff that we were just doing before, which I wrapped up into a convenient function and then inconveniently did not use. Yeah, so I think the reason that that's happening is because we're trying to... Snuffy just followed. Thanks for following. I heard a little horn. I don't know how loud it is on stream. It's very quiet for me, but it's just barely audible.
It's super quiet for me.
Okay, so... so what we're doing is we're doing this. There should be a function somewhere to. Oh, you know what? It's probably in the joint script, not in the thing here. So should be joint grab. Yeah. So here's our. This is our velocity that we use. So basically, what happens is that when this character dies, all right. When the character dies, what I want to do is kind of maintain his forward velocity, you know, or whatever velocity. Snuffy, this is another, okay, so Snuffy, I don't know if you just unfollowed and refollowed again, or maybe we are just, maybe there's some kind of glitch with the bot, because that happened to the last person that followed too, so we're going to just see what happens there. Maybe it takes some time to figure out what the hell's going on with it. Goes through a few iterations first. So what this does is, what I do is I take the current velocity of the player. Like if he's running forward, then when he dies, when we set this joint grab function, what I do is I save that velocity, and then I broadcast a message through the entire character that pushes all of the individual joints at that velocity. And I'm multiplying it by 10, which certainly seems like overkill. I shouldn't really have to do that, but let's see what happens if I just do 5. And we'll do a couple of little tests with the physics here. So if I do this, for instance, yeah, he's still kind of flipped out, which is unfortunate. We obviously still have some physics work to do. I mean, it looked kind of cool, but it also didn't make any sense. Because if I just make him stand still, then like it works great, because I'm not trying to force all of this crazy physics stuff on him. But actually, the more I think about it now, maybe let's do this. Let's make sure it's Charvel times 0. So I just multiplied it by 0, so it's going to zero out any velocity that the character had. And maybe the problem, okay, I thought maybe the problem was just that in the middle of that animation, that maybe the joints were all too close together. Yeah, see, I think it is that sometimes. And I don't know the best way to fix that. Because if he's in like oh man, that was a good one. If he's in mid-run, then like maybe his feet are probably too close together, and that kind of like, when we add all the physics to him, he kind of flips out. And so let's actually take a good look at our disassembled mic right now. And so this little piece, for instance, oh, that's okay, it fell off the level. I was like, what are you doing there? Okay, B71, jet particles clone. So what? I don't know what you were doing down there. So let's take a look at, for instance, actually let's take a look at the legs, because I feel like those are the biggest problem that we have here. Okay, so we took out his knee right here, And let's go into 3D mode. So I think that this box collider is actually just like a little bit too big. And what's happening is that this is just colliding with all of the other pieces here. And I tried to make them, yeah, as you can see, there's a few of these boxes that we have to deal with. And so when they're too close together, we run into these issues. So this knee, for instance, you can tell that like this box collider is way bigger than the actual geometry, so we're gonna have to shrink this down. So the size of this box collider is 0.1 all around. So we can kind of make it like 0.05, you know, when we do the add physics, which is actually why I put it in a separate function. So we do add physics. Yeah, here's where we're setting the. Actually, this is 0.01. Oh, that's space death. That's wrong. Where's add physics? Add physics. Here we go. 0.1. So what I'm going to do is make this 0.5 and hope that that's enough to fix it. Probably won't be in every case, but I think that will probably help somewhat in making this less of a disaster every time we die mid-run, for instance. Okay, well that wasn't a great test for what we were trying to do, but sure. Damn it. My timing is not awesome. Yeah, see, flipped out again a little bit. But, damn it. Come on. It's really hard. That was actually pretty good, though. That went rather well. There wasn't a big flip out. Damn it. Yeah, that was a big flip out. Oh boy, now he's hanging. I think he's hanging by his backpack? By his jetpack? Which is pretty awesome. Yeah, what is that piece right there? Yeah, it's the particles thing for his jetpack. That is pretty weird. Oh, that's actually why does that jet particles should not have the activate joint script on them. If it does, then that's let's look at this character real quick, because that is not right. Spaceman Mike. Here's our bro. We're gonna just explode the shit out of him right now. And jet particles, here we go. Yep. Jet particles has its own rigid body, its own activate joint. And that's all stuff that we just don't need. Character joint. Well, I'm gonna remove character joint, so go fuck yourself. And remove activate joint. And then remove box collider. And yeah, so like this is just the only function that this really serves. This jet particles thing serves is just emitting the particles for his jetpack. So when you hover, it does that little particle emission. It's not supposed to be its own rigid body, certainly. So yeah, this is all looking alright, other than that. So now we can just collapse the skeleton back. We're going to apply that to our prefab, and so now that should not happen anymore. Okay. Yeah, see, that was a good one. That was not bad. No. It's really hard to like try to make him walk just at the right time. But I don't think that it's this. So this makes me think that it is not the fault of this velocity, though. So I think that we can safely. We'll put this back at 10 and see if we get anything super crazy happening. Which I kind of don't think that we will at this point. Or if we do, it'll just be because of adding the box colliders kind of midway. It's actually pretty tame, even, you know. It's not quite. It's actually this is a stupid and terrible test. What we should be doing here is just making a whole runway for me to just kind of go back and forth. And just kind of take out his legs or his head, you know. So yeah, you can see it kept a little bit of that momentum that I've been trying to get in here. But what we want to do is make it a little bit more. It's not quite enough momentum, so let's turn that up to like, I want to make it 50 and see how ridiculous that looks. It's probably going to look pretty ridiculous. Yeah. That looks super ridiculous. Okay. So let's try 20. That seems kind of reasonable. Only double what we were doing the first time. Okay, so now we run. That looked pretty good. I think that looked like much closer to... damn it. Well, let's try like 15, just try to be a little bit even with it, not go too crazy. But I think this really works. I think this makes it a lot better. So yeah, you can see, so when I run, you know, it definitely keeps, that my head keeps all the momentum that my body had. Oh, not that time so much. Oh, it had a lot that time. Okay. So then what you can also see is that if we leave more of the body intact, and let's say, stretch this out a little bit. So if we only make it so that really just his legs get hit, then, you know, we have a lot more pieces that are carrying this momentum, and that's when it gets actually pretty ridiculous. So that kind of creates another problem where, like, maybe we should be kind of toning it down a bit. And it's probably actually how I ended at the 10, at multiplying by 10 for all this stuff, because it should kind of work even with a decent amount of, yeah. So that worked pretty well for having most of his body carry that momentum. Yeah, that looks pretty good. I like that. All right. Let's do a little random effect. Got Mike hovering around there a bit. Okay. Let's shrink this back down a little bit. Okay. Let's do that one more time. Oh, damn. It's pretty unavoidable. Suicide. Okay, so yeah, we fixed the portal bug. Let me see the other one that Alex had mentioned. That is actually done. Oh, right, the debug camera. Okay. We really got to fix that one because I don't understand why that's happening. First time destination doesn't reappear. That one was good. Let's get this shit in there. Okay, so debug camera. So this is a problem that we've run into. So big game objects, what we do is we're gonna just add, let's say, this first location right here. So let's say I want the camera to start right here. What I can just do is add this debug camera start to it. Oh wait, do I add that to the Now I'm confused. Hey, it's a cat. Let's look at the script real quick, because for some reason it does a thing differently than I thought it did. Debug camera start. Camera start. Mode start cam. Sure. What? Debug camera start. Here we go. It is in okay, it's in sector settings. So what we do here is that we're just checking for this component, the debug camera start, and camera start transform. Okay. So yeah, it's kind of silly. I'm just gonna put this thing. So it's not really working. Sector settings. Start out. Oh, I'm a fucking asshole. Okay, so here's what you do. I don't even remember how the script works that I wrote. So what you do is you do this debug camera start on the start location that you have right here. And then what you do is you drag the camera location that you want for that particular start location. That makes a lot more sense. Okay, so now we have this camera start location. Now the problem is that when I die, this camera apparently restarts. Yep, it sure does, which it absolutely should not do. And so we're going to see why that's happening real quick. So init level, all this shit that we're doing right here gets held in this init level. So when we have a camera target and a camera reset target, which apparently we don't use, so here's a problem. Okay, so camera target. So right away, let's do init level.set camera follow. I think that's what I'm supposed to really do here. Like, that's the appropriate way to do this. I'm gonna say start at dot get component debug camera. Nope. Debug camera start dot transform. So that is a much better way to do that. So now I'm just checking the camera target, and I basically want to make sure that I'm never setting the camera target. I gotta go back one though, because something else happened here. Okay, let's camera. Okay, we'll check it again. Okay, so we're checking the camera target. It's so close. Stefalexovsky. Yeah, you forgot the S in your second one. Your Mike died suicide. Gotta get the S in there, and that will totally work. Okay, so camera target is null. So this, let's see if it for some reason thinks that the camera target is null. We're gonna debug.log cam target null. It absolutely should not be, but that's the only reason I can think of for this to happen. So here is our camera position right here. Reset. I'm gonna die. I'm gonna reset. It indeed says camera target is null, which is really weird. So for some reason, init level.camera target. Let's see what init level. I gotta delete all of these things now. So camera target. So new target. That is dumb. It's really dumb. Because the camera target here is this first location, and that first location definitely does not go anywhere. So just for shits, let's camera settings. It's a player controller, right? Oh, that camera target is null. So we don't do anything though. Let's just see. Oh, just barely got away with that one. So now if I die, reset and nothing happens. So it says camera target's null, but it doesn't do anything about it. Honeypop says, greetings, traveler. What's up, Honeypop? I don't know if I'm the traveler. I've been just kind of sitting here all day. I think you're the traveler. Transform. Alright, so why the hell would this be happening? And Sound of Gaming, what up, guys? If you have if you have not already, yes, I'm the sitter. I am the sitter. You are the traveler.
Wow.
And yeah, guys should type in hashtag Mike Dies. This little guy, Sound of Gaming, just followed. Thanks for the follow. You totally blew Mike's mind. And let's see if that happens again, because the past couple of times, I feel like people have unfollowed and refollowed.
Do you want me to unfollow and refollow?
No. I'm sure that will work. If you unfollow and then wait like at least 20 seconds and then refollow, it will probably work. But that's because like I haven't implemented the refollow feature of this yet. Which actually I'm gonna write up real quick on this little thing.
Joe, Mary noticed your cup of boba.
That is not boba. That is just an iced caramel mocha.
Iced caramel mocha. That actually sounds delicious.
Sound of Gaming. Blue Mike's mind with a follow. So I don't know if Sound of Gaming unfollowed and refollowed, or if there's something wrong with like the bot where it will repeatedly call people out. So I don't know. We'll see.
You just made our screen.
Now,
Honey Pop, Blue Mike's mind. Oh yeah, the screen went away.
I'm getting ready to roll out, so I'll talk to you guys later tonight.
Get the fuck out of here!
Yeah. All right. Thanks, everybody. Catch you guys later.
Peace, mange.
Okay, so let's real quick just say Twitch re-follower and Stefalesovsky Okay, so yeah, Sound of Gaming said he only followed once, so I think that there is some weird problem with the bot where it will repeat some people. The Real Jaws just followed. That name sounds familiar. The Real Jaws, was he here before?
Yeah, he was here before.
Refollower feature. Okay. A check for people refollowing. Okay. So that's all good. So let's. I really want to find out why this camera target thing is so dumb.
Yeah, let me finish this.
So the camera target being null
I just
should only happen when the character has died. Just got another shout out for Sound of Gaming. Thank you 3 times for following. I really
Thanks
don't
for
know
your
why it's doing
epic
that.
follow.
Don't know why it's doing that.
I don't know what to tell you, Broheim.
And Stefalexovsky. I have a lot of trouble with that one, clearly. But thanks again for following. Let's
Thrice.
see. Thrice.
It seems to only do it 3 times, so...
Tolkien1172. Thanks for following. Let's see. Okay, so set camera follow. I want to. Yeah, no, I know. There's something written. The Real Jaws just got another shout out. It seems to like it'll display people like 2 or 3 times, and then it seems to settle down and figure things out.
It's like, oh yeah, there.
I don't know what the deal is, but I'll probably fix that on stream so everyone can see what happened. And there's another shout out for Sound of Gaming.
And the Real Jaws.
Well, yeah, that one happened before. Sound of Gaming happened again after the Real Jaws again. So I don't know what's going on with that. It's really weird. I guess we'll see. Honey Pop got another one. Yeah, we'll have to see what happened. What is going on with that? It's really strange. It's apparently not diffing the lists like accurately for some reason. I don't know. Okay, so last time I was here, I only got a shout out once. Well, are you saying that you did unfollow and refollow? I don't know, because it shouldn't even matter if it's showing for people. If it's showing for people, yeah. There's another Tolkien 1172. If it's showing people who are just re-entering the stream, then that is like a whole other problem, which it absolutely should not be doing. That would be interesting. Let's see. I want to go into programming as a career path, but I feel it'd be way too complicated to learn. No, it's definitely not too complicated to learn. Faris, I'm assuming that's how you pronounce that. Thank you for the follow. It's definitely not too complicated to learn. You're like that is what I thought, and so I went to school for audio engineering, and
Because that's easier.
because it's so much easier. Like all you do is sit in front of musicians with a mic. You're fine. And that's easy to do. And afterward, and like at that time, I had not planned on making games. And once we started making games, we started off with these really high level languages, something like that. So we started off with these really high level languages, and slowly like worked our way down. Like if at the time that we decided we're like, hey, we're gonna make games, even if Unity was out, we probably would have found it too complicated, because I really want to do something really basic. Because I was like, I don't really want to be a programmer. I'm just using this little bit of knowledge that I have to show off all the sound design and all the audio work that I was doing, and all of AJ's art and animation stuff.
Yeah.
So that was why we started doing this in the first place. But my intention was never really to be a programmer. but the more that I did the programming end of it, the more that I liked it and wanted to learn more. And so long as you are motivated to learn the programming part of it, you're not going to have a problem. Like, really, it may just, you may have to figure out how you learn best. We started off with these really high-level languages. We started off with Dark Basic, went to Blitz 3D.
I'm not going to say it.
And it's also not a language, so it doesn't even count as far as languages go. But we did use an engine called Torque. I don't even remember what the hell that was written in.
Well, I mean, going back to what you were saying, like, I didn't even know what I wanted to be at the time either. I just knew I wanted to be a modeler, actually. And then I found that when we were making games, like you were trying to show off your audio, I was trying to show off my models, but we needed the models to animate. And then next thing I knew, I'm a fucking animator.
Yeah, and it's funny because like we both kind of by trying to make a game, we both ended up realizing what we would rather be doing than what we thought we would want to do.
Oh God.
As far as like really just as far as like figuring out what you definitely want to do and then learning it, like just throw yourself into a project and then you will really easily find out what you want by that, because making a game is a lot of work and it's it's very fucking difficult. But if you stick with it, like when you're trying to make this project, figure out what the thing is that's getting you through the project. And so, like, for instance, for me, like I went into making a game just to show off sound design, and I ended up hardly putting any audio in this game because I was so wrapped up in all the programming, and that was the thing that ended up being more fun for me. And at the time, I certainly didn't think I would ever like be able to be a real programmer, because it seems really daunting. But it's really not. Like, as long as you stick with it, as long as you have the motivation, that's really all you need. You're fine from there, and then just like figure out how you learn best. That's the tricky part.
I should show you the email I got from when we sent that project out to people. Kind of going along the way of a focus, like trying to pick a focus. I got an email where a guy asked me what I was applying for. like he goes, yeah, we do have all of these positions open, and I was applying for the modeling position, and he was just like, I just don't know which one you're applying for, because I had sent him that thing, and we had done so much shit on like every different scale. Like, you were doing audio and programming, and then I was doing all this fucking animation, rigging, the whole nine. That by the time I got it out there, they were just like, yeah, we don't... What do you do? You alright, buddy?
Yeah, I'm just going to die while you tell your story.
That's cool, man. I mean, we do need this project done, though, so don't die on us yet.
Wow, yeah, no, I got a drinking problem.
I noticed.
It seems. Whew.
Mary says drink the boba, but it's not boba, babe.
It's not. It's a gross. I mean, it's not gross, but it's it's McDonald's version of a caramel mocha, iced caramel mocha.
Oh wow,
which is horrible.
Yeah, it sounds pretty awful.
It's no Jack in the Box iced mocha, I'll tell you that.
I mean, because we can't all be quality.
Yep. Let's see, HTML5 and JavaScript. So, yes to JavaScript. HTML5. HTML5 isn't really like you can't really compare it too much to programming, like, because there are no there's no like logic or any flow to HTML. It's just a formatting structure basically. But JavaScript is definitely more along those lines. And in fact, Unity uses the engine that we're using. Unity uses their own little, brand of JavaScript. And so, if you understand JavaScript, then you'll probably understand how to write some basic Unity scripts. So I would definitely look into that. That could be a very good transition into getting into other types of programming like games. Let's see.
Still dying over there, buddy?
A little bit. I'm still like my throat is still a little bit of water in there. Yeah, what Honey Pop said, basically. I kind of did a long-winded roundabout version of that. So let's see. What are we doing?
Oh, did he like summarize you?
Yeah, basically. So let's check what I want to do. When we kill our character, I want to see what exactly is happening to the camera target. So what we're going to do is say debug.log null.camera target .toString. Okay. So what this is going to do now is when the character dies, we're going to just print out what the camera target is at that time. So there we go. First location. So it is currently it exists, but then according to where we start out. So at this time, when we are at this kill character, at this line, our camera target seems to be fine. Like, it seems to be working just fine. For some reason, when we clear out this character and then remake a new character, that's when shit gets really fucked. And I'm not
Shit's
quite
getting
sure.
real?
Shit's getting all kinds of real. So I think that maybe in this init level, or wait, it must be sector settings. I clear out the old character and I spawn the new character. So here we go. So Broadcast message reset. Oh no. Let's see if we don't reset. Let's see if we get the same effect. We should, but I feel like I need to test every case now because this is fucking not making any sense. Okay, fine. Fuck. So that did it.
Sweet.
I don't know
That's
why.
good, right?
Kind of. I mean, it certainly narrows down what I have to check, but it doesn't make any sense still. So something, when you call reset on something in here, it's like breaking the camera target. Son of a bitch. Son of a bitch. Okay, so that answers two questions that I had, which is why the fuck is this breaking, and what the fuck am I using this camera reset target for?
Sure.
So I don't need this camera reset target, and I don't know why I really have it. So yeah. Okay, so now when we die, boink, and we do not reset. Okay, so that's all great. Play control. Where's my kill character that I just did? Up here. Here we go. You are free to go. Okay.
I'm done with you.
Our business is concluded. So Sound of Gaming is looking at Unreal Engine 4 dev kit right now. Looks really intimidating. Not even made the purchase. So Unreal uses C++, which is a lot like C#. It's all the same code. And C# is basically C/C++ with some other features and restrictions. And so you're going to see a lot of similar things. You're still going to have a return type for functions. You're going to have public information, private information, and static information, all kinds of stuff. Like has a lot of the same features and keywords and all that kind of stuff. So it'll be pretty similar in syntax. I don't know, because I've never used Unreal. I've never actually tried to make something with Unreal. I don't know what the library is like, but if you are really trying to get into games, I don't think I would recommend buying Unreal, even if you just do a month subscription. The chance that you may be completely overwhelmed and not have any idea what you're doing, I think you're better off honestly going with something like Unity, where first of all it's completely free to try out. You just download it and you're good. You're good to go. You don't have to I don't even think you have to make an account. Maybe you do, just to register the free version.
You have to make an account to download it.
Okay, so yeah. You make a free account, download, and the thing is that Unity has been around for so much longer than Unreal as a public engine that there's a lot more information out there on getting started.
And documentation.
There are just so many YouTube tutorials, there's so many books, there's so much information out there for you about getting started with Unity, which exists to a far lesser degree with Unreal. So if you are if this is first game engine that you're using, it's probably going to be pretty overwhelming unless you find a really, really, really good resource for Unreal specifically. But you kind of make that gamble if you're going to, actually sign up for Unreal and then put money forth for something that you may not even like. I think I would stick with just try Unity for a day, and if you like it but you're still not sold on Unity and you'd rather stick with Unreal, then go with that. But I would recommend having a free solution first, one that has a lot of documentation and has a lot of tutorials on how to start doing stuff.
It's a hell of a lot easier to get started with.
Yeah. Unity is insanely fast to get started with. Okay, so that's great. So now that we have a start location, we can remove this and then start this like normal and die like normal and reset. Okay, so yeah, that totally fixed that bug. That was really weird. It's one of the weirder bugs I've ever run into.
Sounds like a pretty weird bug.
Yeah, it's weird. Yeah, Sound of Gaming. This is actually the problem with what you're looking at right now is a project that has been going on for 2 years. And so when you look at all of this stuff, yeah, it probably looks, you're like, oh my god, how the hell am I ever going to understand how half of this shit works? But the reality is that most of this is just really simple shit. It's just a lot of it. And that's how a lot of programming works. Like, the more that you do on your own, the easier it is to understand because you're doing really basic things. Like, when it gets down to it, all of this is just math. you know, and like branching logic. There's nothing that's totally mysterious about it, you know.
I do suggest having a team though, because at least from what I've noticed is anytime that I go back to, like, whenever we're working on teleportal, I'm always in the zone, you know, and I can get the art done pretty good. But then whenever I go back to my platformer, I've done it like 10 times where I've just gone back to the platformer, and I'm just like, I don't remember how to make the character move. Like, I just don't remember. And then I'll have to go back through my old code, and then it finally comes back to me. But if you want to actually like level up in your coding, you have to kind of stick with it.
Yeah, definitely. Like, it is something that you and you know, even kind of like looking up something that is pretty basic but you just forgot, is, as long as you know the path to find out again, basically, then you'll be pretty good. But,
Yeah.
And as long as you stick with it and make it a daily thing, like, this code is something I look at every day. So, you know, so I know it pretty well, and I always know where I'm looking, and probably the biggest thing is that I am always, as I'm making things, I am learning new things, and so I find better ways of doing things. And so I go back and change some of the stuff that I wrote a while ago, because I'm like, no, there's a better way to do this. And that's actually really important, because if you don't do that, then you end up with a lot of code that doesn't make sense to you because it's not how you think anymore. You know, like, if you go back to something that you did when you first started programming and you're like, well, this makes no sense. Like, this is all doing this crazy logic and doing weird math, and it makes no sense. It's because it's not how you think anymore. Now you do things very differently, and you need to update your code accordingly to keep in that same direction. And so, yeah, honestly, just get a book on something, on an engine, and start working with it, and it'll start to make sense to you, and you'll probably, honestly, nobody will ever be at the point where they're like, oh yeah, I know everything about game development, and I can just write a game from scratch without ever having to reference anything, and you know, like, that's not going to happen to anybody. So,
Well, if you hear
don't
somebody
expect
say
that, you know,
yeah.
like,
and if you hear somebody say that, they're full of shit.
yeah, exactly. Anybody who's like, well, I didn't just write anything off the top of my head from scratch, they're full of shit. So, yeah, don't worry about like not understanding things or forgetting things. Like, if you like what you need to do is just make sure you are always correcting that. If you're like, oh, well, there's so much I don't know, and as you're making a project, as long as you are learning those things and correcting those mistakes and doing all that stuff, as long as you are moving forward, you're doing it right. You know, like, there's no end goal, I guess, is the most important thing to keep in mind. There's no point at which you're like, oh, well, I want to just learn all of the things about game development so that I can start making a game. You're going to be learning throughout making a game all the time. So don't worry about understanding everything about an engine before you can start making a game. That's never going to happen. And you should just, as long as you are always learning as you're making the game, then you're doing just fine. So don't worry about that. Tons of shit that I learned throughout making this game. Like, when I started this game, I used Unity for probably like a month, maybe. And then I told Alex, I'm like, yeah, we should totally use this. It's great. It'll do everything. And then every step of the way I've been like, oh shit, well, now we need to do this thing, and I don't know how to do it. Because I only used Unity for a month and had never programmed an entire game by myself before. So you just have to learn all those things. And the way that I've been doing it for a long time is that the strategy that I have come up with is that the best way to learn things, you know, efficiently, or like to the degree that I need to learn them, is to get in over my head. And enough over my head that I'm really motivated to learn, and I'm just barely grasping at straws, and I am starting to understand things, but you're never gonna be at a point where you're like, okay, well, I'm just gonna learn and just sit here and learn all the things I need to learn, and then I'll start making a game, because it just does not work that way. So what you have to do is basically just be like, I'm going to start making a thing that I have no idea how to make, and I'm just going to learn along the way. And that's basically what you have to do. You have to get in over your head, or you will never learn. You'll never learn. You'll never learn enough to get things done.
Yeah, that's what they do with me at work. They just give me like a shit ton of stuff because they know that I'll just figure it out.
Yeah, exactly. You'd be like, all right, well, I got all this shit, so I better just figure it out.
Yeah, I got to get it done.
Yep, and it gives you more ideas of things to learn. You know, like if we didn't start working on this game, and then I didn't start working on this Twitch bot, then I would have, I wouldn't have learned how to do, network code and some threading stuff and all kinds of shit. So you really have to have an idea of what you want to do, and then start moving forward and make that idea something that is over your head but is not crazy up in the sky. That's the important thing.
Sound of Gaming wants to know if C# and C++ are the main two languages that games are based around.
C++ is definitely the number one language that pretty much all games are based around these days.
C# is good for indie, like a lot of indie game developers use it.
Yeah, and C# is kind of more of a scripting language. It's a higher level than C++. And so, like I'm scripting behaviors and stuff like that. I'm not writing like rendering code, for instance. It's not it's not like the low level. Basically, like this is to the degree that there is a difference between scripting and programming. Like this is more on the scripting end, and so I'm not doing these really, really low level, vector math kind of things. I am really just scripting behaviors. And so C# is more on that higher level, more generic like scripting, whereas C++ is going to be the lower level. C++ is basically what all games are built on at some point. Like the Unity engine is made in C++. I'm using C# to script behaviors in it. But that's not the language that it is written in, like that the engine itself is written. And so C++ is unquestionably the language to at least understand, even if you don't directly write in it. Okay, so I think that is all good now. Settings. So let's test out our destinations along with this reset stuff. Okay, so let's say here's my start location. I'm going to put the debug camera start on it. We're going to start off the camera looking at the teleportal, and then when I teleport to the first location of this portal, which is right here, let's see if it changes the camera on me. So here the camera's locked. It's not following the player. Now when I teleport here, it's going to start following me. And now if I die here, it's still going to follow me, and I should go right back to that first time destination. Now if I do this and I go back in again, now I'm at the now I'm in the new level. Well, yeah, no, I mean that's honestly a lot of streams have ended up that way, where like I very easily get sidetracked by chat, but that is part of the reason that I'm streaming in the first place. It's because I want like people to interact and ask questions, and people who like have not made a game yet to like see part of how games are made and ask questions and play around with our little Mike Dice bot.
And that way people will put more effort into their games and we'll end up with less shitty games.
Yeah, that would be great. It would be great if people would put effort into games. But you can't have everything.
Truth. Speaking of great games, what's your plans tonight?
I'm gonna play Freedom Wars.
Don't tempt me. I would actually play that with you.
I know you probably would. It's like, all right, well then, fuck Monster Hunter.
It's like, well, one of them is a sci-fi based Monster Hunter, and the other one is a fantasy based Freedom Wars.
It really is basically the same game. Yeah, like to give you an idea of how different, my programming is and how different everything works in this game compared to when we started. When we first started, the way that these portals worked is that there would be a box collider. There would, like, this right here, this portal would have a box collider, and each piece of mic right here that you see, like, these are all little lines that are, he looks like a puppet. And each piece of mic would have its own box collider, and when each one entered the portal's box collider, then it would detect that and see how much of him was inside of the box collider. The problem that we ended up with that was if like 70 objects all enter a trigger at the same time, it misses some of them. It just can't detect that many things in a single frame, and so we ended up, and so it would just break every time. And so what I ended up doing was this system right here, where Rockless Mind, thank you for following. I love that little trumpet. I made that little trumpet sample myself in Reaper. It took like 20 seconds. It was great. And so what these lines are is this is actually raycasting back into this portal right here. So I'll just pull this over. So now you can see that these lines follow him, and now when they intersect with when these lines actually hit this portal right here, it starts to activate that portal, and that's why it turns purple. And so this game works completely differently. Like, that base mechanic of these portals works entirely different from how it did, because I learned a better way to do something. And hell, maybe I'll learn an even better way to do it some other time later before we release. I don't know. Because it's just part of the learning process is doing things wrong.
I like the way this one works, though. It's very quick and efficient.
Yeah,
Works
it's
really
definitely
well.
way more efficient than trying to detect all the box colliders entering into some of things. And
Sound of Gaming wants to know what our favorite video games are. We play all of the games.
We got another shout out for Rockless Mind, because something's wrong with the bot. We'll figure it out.
They'll get another one too. Yeah, we play all of the games. If it's a game, we play it.
Yeah, like recently, we've played a lot of Freedom Wars on the Vita recently.
Monster Hunter.
Starting on Monster Hunter now. As of last night, I started playing Monster Hunter. I've been trying to.
Well, you played Shadow of Mordor.
Trying to get through Shadow of Mordor. It's really good. There are a couple of missions that just feel ridiculous to me and just feel like unfair to a degree that I'm like, I don't know. Part of the mechanic of Shadow of Mordor is dying, like kind of like Teleportal, but it's a lot more serious to die in Shadow of Mordor, because then like your enemies level up and all that stuff, and it just makes everything fucking harder, and so it gets really frustrating if you are a person like me who just wants to never die in a game. Like dying in a game is like an affront to me. I fucking hate it. I feel insulted. Except in Teleportal, because it's always hilarious and it's very quick to get back into the level that you were just in. So it's not like, oh, gotta hit a load screen for 15 seconds now because I died.
Yeah, well, it's got
I'm an asshole.
Yeah, it's got that like Super Meat Boy charm to it.
Yeah, you
The-
just really quickly, you're just like, fuck, let me try that again. And you're right back into it the second you're there, so it's pretty great.
But yeah, that just gives you an idea of the type of range that we go from. Like, I mean, my wife, for example, got to level 60 in Skyrim, and which we don't say around Joe. But on the same token,
was she awake when she got to level 60?
I don't even know. But then, I've also played the shit out of like Plants vs. Zombies or Persona or fucking, I mean, it's just what we play anything, fucking faster than light. I've got 440 games on my Steam library,
Yeah.
which I still need to go through them.
Play all of the vidges. I still play Final Fantasy 14 once in a while. I don't
know
play
you
it
do.
as much because fucking these jerks don't anymore.
I don't know. I want to. I just
but-
don't have any time anymore.
I still love it. Still a place in my heart for it.
It's still a place in my heart for it. I'll actually go back to our old streams of it.
Yeah. And to also to add to that variety that we play, we also it's been a long ass time now, but I really want to get it. We played Trackmania 2 Canyon.
Oh god, dude.
And like Terraria, Starbound, like that kind of stuff.
Terraria still holds my my record for most amount of hours dumped into a game.
I think it does for me too.
Mine's at like 180 hours.
Yeah, I think I broke 200.
Well, there's that, and then Mount Your Friends.
Mount Your Friends, great one.
We actually have 2 hours of that online. If anybody wants to watch me and Joe getting mad at each other.
That is a really rough game for like. That was the first time I feel like since like fucking middle school that my thumbs hurt when I went to bed. Like my thumbs were like raw because I was just like I was jamming on that fucking D-pad like so hard. It's so intense.
Yeah,
The game is really intense.
That's a great game.
But yeah. So that's kind of a quick rundown. But still, I seriously one day we need to go back to Divinity Original Sin.
We do. We gotta
damn,
beat
is that
it,
game
and we
good.
we still gotta beat the last 2 levels in Gauntlet.
Yeah.
But I mean that just gives you an idea of our range, and because of that range, we, as game developers, will also go through and be like, we should try this, and then somebody else will chime in and be like, that really didn't work in X game, and like we'll just be like, oh well, good point. And then we can basically take all of our experiences from various games and kind of try and create a fun game that's fun for everybody.
Oh, it's pretty awesome, AJ. If you're watching stream,
I am.
You can see how this little perspective trick that we have in here, like, really shows off a Mike falling into onto the floor.
No.
Pretty great.
Yeah, that looks great.
And that's so
Holy
cool.
shit! When did you add that?
Well, the perspective thing has been in since I sent you guys that GIF.
Babe, look at that. Yeah, look at the perspective thing that he's got going on here. See how... Oh, damn it. He didn't quite make it. Okay, watch. Watch when he drops. See that?
Oh, cool.
Right? That looks so fucking great.
Yeah.
So wait, you added that to the bounding boxes?
This is... I actually directly put it on the floor, which is not what we're going to do, like, in the long run, but...
Right, but what we can do is put it on things that are attached to the floor, or things that are representative of the floor. You know what I mean? So like, if
what we would do is we would have these like flat, these little flat like platforms, like all tiled things, or if you want to make it just one, and that can be just overlaid on top of the floor.
Oh, that changes everything. All right. I'm gonna... Yeah, tomorrow I'm 100%... I'm gonna dump like 12 hours into Teleportal tomorrow.
Yeah, so
get on some Monster Hunter tonight.
I will.
Okay.
So yeah, to give you guys an idea of what we're talking about, let me show you actually. So if I take this floor, what I'm going to do is I'm going to add a little piece to it. Let's go ahead. Let's add add a little plane or a quad. So we're gonna add a quad. We're gonna parent it to here. And what I'm gonna do is we're gonna rotate it so that it's. Also, Sound of Gaming wants to know if we have any advice for aspiring game developers.
Yeah, I just told him to finish something, like for real, anything. You just have to finish it. You know, even if it's shitty, just finish it.
Yeah, no, I 100% agree with that.
Like that's our biggest problem is that we never finish anything. Like fucking, you did Dark Scavenger, which actually finished, and then we're doing Teleportal, which is gonna finish. But like, how many projects do I have that just like are gathering dust?
Yeah.
Bless you.
Yeah. So, and I would say like, you know, similar to what I was saying before, where like just like find the thing that you really enjoy and you really want to do, and just really just dump yourself into that and just learn it. Because the biggest thing I think that a lot of people and make something small. And again, like to AJ's point about just finish something, make like, and I think I said this on our last stream, like you need to get excited about small things. When you're just starting off, don't be like, oh hey, I want to make an MMO, and so let me make this little thing that I don't really care about to learn, or like I'm going to start making the first character in my MMO. Like don't do that. You need to get excited about like, hey, I made a program that printed numbers onto the screen. That's awesome. Look at all the different numbers I can print out. Like get excited about stupid shit.
I think the first thing that I got excited about was that gauge. Remember when you hold down the space bar and then the gauge goes down? That is exactly the kind of thing I'm talking about, where you're just like, I made this little thing in like, you know, anywhere between like a few minutes to like a few hours, where you're like, I spent hours just making this little gauge that when I hit a button, it fills up this little UI gauge. Like, don't even think about it in terms of your game. Think about it as like, I made this really cool thing. Check it out. Yes. Honestly, that should be like that is like my quote. If there were ever like some kind of, you know, like top quotes of game
people,
developers,
you know, or like if there was any quote that anybody wanted as for my advice for people starting off with, especially game development, but probably applicable to most things, it would be get excited about stupid shit.
Like, and don't be afraid
take something little.
Yeah, and don't be afraid to be a nub and ask for help, because like there was a couple of times when going back to that point about that gauge. That gauge, when I created it, was about 60 lines, and then Joe looked at it, or no, I couldn't send it to you for some reason. I think my internet was all fucked up, and I couldn't send it to you, and he goes, well, what does it do? And I go, oh, it does this. And so he goes, oh, and then like within, I'd say, 10 minutes, he had this thing that I was working on for 5 hours. He had it in 10 minutes, and it was, I want to say, 20 lines. Yeah. Mine was, he had condensed it and made it better, more efficient, and he made it light years faster. And I was just like, fuck me, I suck. And then I looked at his code and I learned from it, and then I was able to apply that to my future code. So that's like learning from other people based on what they do with their code, or your version of, or rather their version of your code. I mean, it helps more than you could ever imagine.
Truth.
I actually did that with animation, like working with an amazing animator on this project, and he did this like walk cycle, and I was looking at it and I was like, oh my god. And I had one of those like level up moments where I was just like, you know, I just like snapped in my head. I was like, oh, that's how you fucking do it. And, like, even though I've been animating for like 10 years, and then all of a sudden this guy comes out and he's like, this is how you do it. And I'm just like, shit, man. Like, you're just constantly learning, even when you've been doing it for a decade.
Yeah. Yeah, and just do some small things and get excited about it. And yeah, just enjoy every small victory.
Yeah. Like a gauge.
So to answer Sound Gaming, both, I guess.
What did he ask?
If we do this for fun or a job. So,
Oh.
well, so this in particular, this we basically do for fun, but we are going to be selling this game, and you know, if everyone wants to buy it and support us developing it, then this will be our job. But right now, it's basically our side project. So you know, for fun, but you know, also to create a game that we can sell as a real game development studio.
Well, for me, it's kind of just an outlet for creativity. When you're constantly making other people's dreams all day, it's kind of relaxing for me to go in and actually have a say in something.
Yeah, just be like, okay, so make a thing that looks cool. I'm like, oh,
Yep.
all right, I'm gonna do that.
Well, sometimes it's just like, I don't know what to do, because I'm not used to having that kind of creative freedom.
Yeah,
I'm so used to being them giving me a whole outline of shit to do, and then having to do it to a T, that it almost becomes like an assembly line.
yeah, yeah. So just to show you guys a little bit what we're talking about with that perspective thing, is that so this is the way the game looks because it's because this is an orthographic camera, and so everything is rendered completely flat, and so you get like no perspective in here. So
Which sucks.
what I did, yeah, it really artists hate that shit. If
Yes,
you
they do.
if you are making a 3D game and you put an orthographic camera in it, every fucking artist will hate you. Just get ready for that.
That's a note to all the game designers out there.
Yeah, exactly.
Your artist will hate you if you make it in orthographic.
Yep. Because it flattens everything and makes everything boring. So what I did was I added this little parallax thing. So you know how parallax works, where you have these layers and you know they move separately, and so you get that kind of distance effect. What you don't get is like a real is any kind of like rotation effect, where like you're looking at something from a slightly different angle. And that's because most games that use parallax are actually in 2D, so they don't have any depth to work with. We do, however, and so I actually made this little parallax script. I kind of expanded it a bit to be able to use a little bit more of a variety. So you can see as I walk past this now, I'm actually getting a lot more depth out of this object because of how I'm skewing it a little bit. And then to really add to this, now when I jump, you can actually see the floor there a little bit. And I can hover, and so yeah, you get a lot more depth out of it this way, and it looks really cool and adds a lot to your scenes. So, for instance, if we wanted to, so right here, let's move all this shit kind of over here a little bit, and my start location, toss it over here. Is programmer you guys' actual title? So, I mean, as far as this game is concerned, yes, I am the programmer and the sound designer. My official title at work that I actually make money on right now is audio engineer. So, which is a mix between sound designer and programmer. It's kind of in the middle.
And for me,
I am the audio person who knows how to program, and therefore I can bridge that gap a little bit, basically. What the fuck is this? Look at this. I got
between the two departments.
yeah. I got a little fucking. I got a weird ass object floating in here. I think it's like two little objects. Two of Mike's pieces are floating in the middle of this portal. Weird.
And for me, I'm not a programmer at all. I just do it for fun. But I'm a 3D generalist on this project, and then at work I'm an animator.
Shit, I know why that happened. I think I know why that happened. That's bad. The reason that weird ass thing just happened, I'm gonna confirm this real quick right now. But so the first location is right there. So it kept it. This is basically on a loop. It was teleporting this object to the same location, and it just went on an infinite loop.
Oh, no way.
Yeah, it was pretty bad. So right now you can see, just by using this, you can actually see the floor. So now when I plop down on the floor, you actually get like a little bit of a perspective, kind of like you're looking down on this a little bit, because of that. And so now you can see this infinite loop that I created. I put it up here, so it's not actually teleporting it to inside of the portal, it's teleporting it right above. So you actually get a little bit of that loop going. So yeah, this is a lot more. So basically, this is the way. So if you need to make artists happy, you know, when you have your shitty little orthographic projection, this is the way you're probably going to want to do that.
And always make your artists happy.
Always make your artists happy, because you want shit to work
and look good. And if your artists aren't into it, then they're not going to fucking do it good.
Yeah, and you can see I'm actually here. I'm actually modifying the floor, which is not a great idea. But like it should just be this panel here. It shouldn't be the entire floor. But just to test it out, I use this actual floor object to rotate it. And so when you're looking at it like this, you're like, oh, it looks like it's a fucking looks like it's a ramp that, you know, shoots the characters down here. But then when you put it in 2D, because of that perspective, it actually gives you this illusion like you're kind of looking down on it.
Sound of gaming, that just comes over time, man. I mean, like, if you're building computers, like, if you're building for trying to get certain things, like, for example, we're gamers, we like to have good games, or for me, for work, I need to have good video, like, quality, and being able to handle a whole lot of polys just for work. So you kind of just figure out what's good for your computer, what's a good video card, what's you know, what type of RAM is good, and what kind of motherboard will support it. And it just kind of comes over time. You don't necessarily figure it out through programming, because programming is more software based rather than hardware. So
yeah, and yeah, like learning programming will certainly not teach you how to build a computer. It's an entirely different skill. Like AJ was saying, the hardware and software part of it, very different, very different. You're not gonna learn that. It's a separate thing that you probably will want to learn. The only way that you would learn anything like that is if you're doing really, really low level programming.
yeah.
You know, you would have to be doing like direct, you know, hardware manipulation and that kind of stuff to learn anything about how that part of it works. A lot of programmers don't know very much about how the hardware works, and that's actually, and the higher level programming that you do, the less it matters, and that's why those languages exist. But
I've actually
yeah,
noticed the
it is a separate thing that you should learn. That's a very good idea to learn.
I've noticed the same thing with animators. Like, a lot of them don't know shit about computers.
I feel like the only people who really know a lot about computers, if they don't absolutely have to for their jobs, are like people who are really into gaming.
And actually, that is something that I noticed, is that, like, the people, even animators that I know that are good with building computers, are usually hardcore gamers. Or not even hardcore, but they're just like gamers. And generally speaking, they have a Steam handle.
Yeah. Yeah. Marftis says, program is pretty easy. First year multimedia, I guess that is mobile development, mob dev. I hope it's mobile development,
Yeah, right.
and not whatever else that could mean.
I don't even. I can't even imagine what else that could mean.
I work in the mob as a developer.
He's from our neck of the woods. He's from fucking Jersey.
Yeah. You go to TikTok Diner ever?
That's right.
Yeah, like programming, and it depends what you learn, and it depends the language that you learn, and how how in depth. But it's basically, as long as you have the motivation for it, you're not gonna have a problem. You're really not. You're gonna learn it just fine, as long as you're into it. That's the biggest hurdle to learning. People's knowledge is almost solely based on what they're interested in. And
Yeah.
so if you really are interested in something, you're going to learn it, you're going to make time for it, and you're going to be fine. There's no like, oh, programming is too hard for me, period. That's not a thing.
Well,
Yeah.
I mean, just going along that, sometimes a lot of times people will want to just make a game, but they won't want to do the steps to make the game. So it kind of depends on, you know.
Yeah, there are totally no shortcuts. Like
Yeah,
if you're
exactly.
if you're like, oh, I just want to make a game. Well, and that goes. I mean, that goes to my point about caring. Like, if you just want to make a game and you don't care about programming, no, you're not going to learn. You're not going to learn very well because you don't
Exactly.
care about what you're actually doing. You have to actually care about the thing you're doing, not just the reason you're doing it.
Yep.
Yeah, exactly. So yeah, Marfizzes. That's exactly it. Like, if you're into programming, and then the way that you kind of make that work is that you make it into a game, and that's what keeps you interested, then yeah. But I mean, again, you still will need that little excitement of, hey, I made a thing that is not necessarily a game, but maybe it could be a piece of a game if you want to put it in a little bit more context. The hardest thing about programming. What do you think, AJ? What would be your opinion on the hardest thing about programming?
Wow. See, that goes back to your point, though. If you make time for it, because like I was also along that same lines where I just kind of wanted to make a game. Like I just wanted to make my platformer, and I didn't give a fuck about the steps. So I think the hardest part is staying interested while making something that doesn't actually necessarily apply to your game.
Yeah.
So that's the hardest part, and like, you know, not just staying interested, but also retaining that knowledge. So
yeah, it's very easy to like figure something out one day and be like, oh, now I totally know this. It's great. And then, you know, like 2 weeks later, you're like, the fuck? What was that?
Yeah, what was I? How did I do that again?
Did I dream that? Did I not actually figure this thing out? Who knows? And so yeah, and that's why it's actually a really good idea to there's that, and that leads me in 2 parts, which is like keep all of the code that you write, and like, you know, keep your whole library of like here's what I did this date, and you know, and keep all that stuff so that you can A, refer back to it, B, see how much progress that you made, and not have to forget stuff all the time. And epic error.
Epic error. What's up,
Epic
buddy?
error. For your information, Alex is no fun is its own command now. It is
Yep.
hashtag Alex is no fun. So it's actually not a direct Mike Dies command. It is its own separate command. Yeah, but yeah, find time to commit to it. Like really stay interested. I mean, but if you're talking about the hardest thing about programming, like directly, as far as like what is the hardest thing about like learning code, then it's probably just to put it in the best way that I can, thinking like a computer. And this is something that I notice a lot of people trip up on, which is like
Gotta think in
when
sequence.
you write a script, right? Like you have to think like a computer in the sense that when you read one line of code at a time, and in your head do the thing that it says to do, and then move on to the next one, and do that and only that. You can't make any assumptions. You can't do any kind of magic and nonsense. Marfiz broke my chat bot thingy.
Oh, because he made it too long?
It's longer than the actual limit of the number of lines you can have. But the next person, it'll show up again. But yeah, staying interested is very challenging, and that's why, again, going back to the thing where you have to like really make it fun and find little things that you can get excited about, no matter how dumb they are.
Well, that's one of the reasons that I started making that platformer. With the platformer, I find that making it just making things that are fun for it, like making a dash function, making a pickup function, making an HP pickup, or stamina gauge, that kind of stuff. Like those little victories, even though this isn't something that I'm looking to even move forward with. It's just that those little victories make it more fun for me, where I could then, make that code more malleable, take that code and put it in some other game, you know, and it's just like I just make those as kind of like a sandbox, like something to play with, you know.
Yeah. Yeah, and Unity makes it really easy to get those small victories. Like, it makes it much easier than, you know, if you had to spend a week or something like that, you know, trying to make some basic rendering, so before you even had like a window to show up on your screen, like that can get really grueling. And that's where, you know, engines come in, like Unity and stuff like that, where you can just get something up and running. You don't even have to type a line of code before you can bring up a game, hit play, and it will show you a screen. Like, then you just add some boxes into it. All your rendering is done for you. All logic is done for you. Like, you really just can hit the ground running and start getting those small victories that keep you interested.
Pretty much.
Oh, epic error.
I know, right? Jesus.
Here's something I haven't seen in a bit. That
Oh,
looks so cool. Holy shit.
What is
You
it?
gotta look at that stream. I just did the freeze, but it was in the Alex is no fun mode.
Babe, watch the stream.
It looks really cool.
He just froze. He frozen. Just watch for a second. Joe just froze Mike. There it is. Oh, that's neat.
It looks really cool from that angle.
Yeah, that looked great.
Okay. So,
Where'd you get that ice texture? That was really cool. Is that just like a
that's a good
like
question.
like a noise with a?
I think it's actually I think it's a rock texture.
Oh, really?
And I blended it. And that was another thing. Talk about like learning things because you absolutely have to. There was no shader that existed that allowed me to mix two different textures into a single thing. And so I ended up having to like look up how to write shaders and shit like that. And it was just like, and shaders are the worst. That is the worst thing. Like, if you want a particular thing, that is the worst thing to do in game development as far as programming goes. Like, to compare it to your stuff, AJ, basically shaders are my UVs.
Oh, it's just tedious, mind-numbing work.
Tedious, like, it's horrible. Just like, okay, and there's no great like interface for knowing if your shit's gonna work. You just have to like run it, and hopefully, if the thing shows up that you expect, then great. And if not, who knows why it happened? You know, like there's no debugging that you get with it. It's horrible.
Yeah, there's a dude that they have over at one of the studios that I worked at. He was literally a shader writer for Maya. Like, that was his whole job. And he was working on this one... Oh, crap, what was it for? He was trying to expedite the process for... Because our render times were getting ridiculous, like an hour a frame kind of deal. And it's just like... Which is fine if you've got a render farm, but when you have to... When you have a deadline that you gotta hit,
Yeah.
it's like an hour a frame is just a ton, you know. And he managed to take an hour a frame for hair. It was a hair rendering thing mixed with ice. So you've already got radiosity mixed with hair. So it was just like, holy shit, this is just insane. And he took the render times from like an hour down to 10 minutes a frame. And it looked just as good. It was insane. And it was all for like some random effect on, crap, what was it? That Duralast commercial where Chuck Liddell kicks that rhino in the face. and he freezes him. Like, I had to make this like freeze ray tank thing, and it like freezes Chuck Liddell, and they had to do it for that effect. And the dude did an awesome job.
Nice.
I just fucking animate. I don't make it pretty. These guys make it pretty, and they do fucking killer jobs. But it's all those guys that just love tedious code.
Yeah. Well, and so, yeah, as far as, what was it? Yeah, as far as the math stuff, if you're it depends how low level you're getting. If you're using Unity, then no, you're probably not going to have to know like any math basically, unless you're doing your own custom things. Like all of the libraries that are in C# and Unity will do a lot of that math for you. Like I don't even have to write a function to interpolate between two values. Like if I want a one float value, if I want a 0 to go to a 1 and go smoothly across, that there's a function that just exists in there. Like I don't have to do anything. So Unity will do a lot for you. The mathy things that anytime I've had to do a really mathy thing, it's been because I had to write my own system for stuff like coordinates. Like when I had to make a camera that I was basically what I did in I think it was Blitz 3D actually. I was basically trying to make to recreate like a 3ds Max / Maya camera system where you could rotate around an object and zoom in and out and like do all that stuff. And because nothing existed for it, I had to do all of that math, which is like mostly kind of geometry and calculus based, where if you move up the around the circumference of this sphere, like how do you determine like what point it's at, and then like the orientation of the object and that kind of stuff. That gets into more mathy stuff because it's a little bit lower level. But if you're making a game in Unity, honestly, you probably don't have to know shit. Like it helps if you do, but a lot of that stuff is done for you in low level code.
Honestly, you don't have to know shit.
You don't. Unity really babies you a lot with stuff like that, where you're just like, oh, so you're just gonna, like, I just tell you to rotate, and I tell you that I want you to rotate 90 degrees, and you just do it. You don't have to know anything to do that. You just have to know that there's a rotate function in Unity. That's not math, so you'll be fine.
That's not math. It's true.
But yeah. So anyway, we gotta wrap it up. I'm done with the bugs and all the stuff that I was doing. So we are gonna wrap it up for tonight. But I think that most people here are following. So definitely like stop by for more streams, for more questions. CMD Suit Check just followed, so thank you for that follow. You're probably gonna get like another shout out in like 20 seconds because my bot's weird, and so we're gonna fix that next time. So yeah, stick around. I'm gonna be doing more of this bot programming that's over here. We're gonna do some more Mike Dies and probably do some more like general teleportal stuff, making this little platformer. And so stick around for that. Follow again. We have a YouTube channel now. Yeah, games plus James. Definitely stop by. We're gonna be doing a lot more fun stuff. We have a YouTube channel now, or I mean, we've had it forever, but we haven't been using it. But we finally have. Let's see if it just works if I say Psydra Games. No, that does not work. Is it user/Psydra Games? This channel does not exist. Well, whatever. I'm going to send you the link.
Look for Psydra Games.
Yeah, if you look for Psydra Games on YouTube. Here we go. Channel. Oh, so we just have a shitty URL. So yes, there you go. CMD R Suit Check. Epic R wants to know he's not a mod. That's a great question. Why don't I do that? And
I like that he's asking Mike.
Now you should be. Yeah, you're a mod now. You're very loyal. And Marf is. So here. Let me. I'm gonna just send you this. We have started archiving all of our videos on YouTube. So go ahead, check out that shit. And I actually uploaded like the first big stream that we had. And I'm just gonna basically every night just leave one of our giant streams running up overnight, so that we can catch up to where we're at now. Because I have them all locally, so I'm gonna put all those up so you can follow, the development for the past 3 months, 3.5 probably, that we've been streaming. Lots of programming, lots of arts, and some level designs by Alex, all kinds of stuff, and plenty of questions that we've answered, which is why we have started an FAQ. So yeah, thanks everybody for the follow. Sound of Gaming.
Epic Air has kind of been with us for a long, like, months.
Epic Air, I think, was from like the first big stream. Like that, and we can check it out actually, because I definitely have it up. It's on our YouTube channel now. So I'm going to be uploading all the streams. So this will go up there probably like a little bit later, because I'm doing one every night, and we have like at least 20, probably more than that we have to upload from our back catalog now. So yeah, check that out, and thanks everybody for following. Thank you the 3 times that Mike Dies is going to shout you out, and come back.
So that gets fixed.
Come back next time when we fix that bug, and so we will see y'all next time. Thanks for hanging out, and peace.
Later.